I said, now this defense is cool. All right, look at what a fun, exciting, rough, physical game it is because of that.
Yeah, and those the same boys you won't let play football because of concussions.
Exactly.
You like to see other guys run into each other at high speed. It's interesting. Well, look.
And L.J. Scott, God bless you.
Look here. All this was the win for the right to get blown out by Alabama. So now you don't have to be blown out by Alabama on New Year's Day. So feel good about it. All right.
We did get an invite to the Rose Bowl.
Yes.
And that's good because we haven't been there since I was there in 1990.
Yes, and I believe the invitation was accepted.
Yes, we said yes, and yes, we're going to play Stanford.
Yeah,
the trees.
That'll be a game I can skip.
Hey, you guys got invited to a bowl game?
Yeah.
The Poinsettia Bowl or what?
Outback Bowl.
Silver Balls Bowl? What was
Outback Bowl, I believe.
Oh,
against
okay.
Tennessee. That'll be another game I can skip. Those two games we just mentioned, those are games that, spend some time with the family on New Year's Day. You don't need to watch that level of football. It's not going to be exciting. But we must get on to more substantive matters than your gambling problem.
I think you have the gambling problem.
The King's speech last night.
Oh, yeah. Do you feel safer this morning? 312-642-5600.
Yeah, worst sequel ever. Also, worst lead into Homeland ever. I'm glad I watched Homeland after to take a cleansing breath because the actors in Homeland have a more of a sense of the
urgency?
threat of radical Islam, radical Islamic terrorists than we do. But President Obama addressed the nation at 7 o'clock last night, and he had a lot to say.
But it's how he said it that rubs me the wrong way. There was no sense of urgency. There was no fight in him. It was just empty rhetoric as if he was forced to get up there and speak. And also, if you're in the Oval Office, sit in your desk. Don't get out of the lectern and stand behind that.
I thought this was a little aggressive, the outset of the speech.
Newcomers, the tradition of Festivus begins with the airing of grievances. I got a lot of problems with you people. Now, you're going to hear about it. You.
I thought the laugh track was a nice touch, but I thought it was a little aggressive. Look, here's my big takeaway is that, this is a time when we need to come together, every one of us, all of us, this holiday season, and stop disappointing President Obama.
Yeah.
We
really need
We're letting him
nicer.
down. So
moderate Muslims.
There were two sections of the speech. One was him laying out the 4 things that he's doing, that the regime is doing. There's nothing new here, but let's
go over the bullet points.
Let's just tick them off. Number 1, the military is hunting terrorist plotters.
Okay.
And they're taking out ISIS leaders, or ISIL, or Daesh, whatever term you prefer. Now, I have a question about this. There's an excellent piece, by the way, cracked.com.
I've never heard of that before.
Yeah, well,
Crack?
You have now. Cracked.
Cracked. Okay.
Crack, ED. The piece, where did I put that piece? Oh, yeah. Here it is. 7 things I learned reading every issue of ISIS's magazine. This is a fascinating piece. I tweeted it, and this author should be recruited by the State Department or the FBI's counterterrorism unit. He went through all of these magazines, and they put out this glossy magazine. You want to talk about propaganda, and we spend so much time talking about the cyber propaganda. This magazine that they put out is really something. And one of the things in here, in terms of how they recruit, we spend so much time hearing from President Obama and Hillary Clinton about using terms that they use as recruitment tools. Turns out another recruitment tool they use, pictures of dead jihadis. You think, suicide bomber, they don't want to show people dying. No. They use that as a recruitment tool, whether it's suicide bombers or jihadists who've been killed in battle. So my question is, just following the logic, if we're not supposed to use the term radical Islamic terror because that's a recruitment tool, then should we also not kill terrorists? Should we also not, in the president's words, take out ISIS leaders because they're using that as a recruitment tool in their magazine? It turns out no matter what you do or no matter what you say, they're going to use it as a recruitment tool because children, starting with Mr. President, the cry-bully in chief, it turns out that it's propaganda. it's by definition, they're going to say whatever they want to say, make whatever case they want to make, regardless of the evidence or the facts, in order to radicalize and induce people to join the fight. So there was a part of his speech that was still as tone deaf yet last night as he has been up until this point. But 4 things: military is hunting terrorist plotters, taking out ISIS leaders. Second thing, providing training and equipment to Iraqi and Syrian forces.
Heard that one before.
Right. He also mentioned special ops forces. I had the occasion to have a dinner with Michael Vickers, who's the former Undersecretary of Intelligence in the Defense Department. 250 special ops soldiers is what the president sent to theater. That's a joke, except for them. That is going to accomplish nothing. This is, again, not me saying it. This is somebody who has intimate knowledge of these operations and the kind of resources that are required to even make a dent in the fight over there. That is for political and symbolic reasons. So Republicans should be calling him out, not just that 250 Special Forces troops is insufficient to accomplish anything, calling him out for using the lives of 250 of our best and brightest soldiers for politics as a symbol. That was his second big accomplishment. Third, working with unnamed friends and allies, intelligence sharing, working with Turkey to seal the border, working with these Gulf states and also Muslim leaders, all unnamed, and what specifically they're doing to contribute to the effort also went undescribed. And then fourth, the international community, a favorite phrase of the left, working to achieve a ceasefire in Syria so that it can allow countries that are beset by the Syrian civil war to refocus on Islamic State, including Russia. Well, Mr. President, a follow-up. What if Russia isn't interested in eradicating ISIS? What if they're more interested in eradicating NATO? Have you ever thought of that? So those were the 4 things that he is doing. There's nothing new here. He did also say that they reevaluate their strategy on a daily basis, but there was no changes in strategy announced.
I really
because
didn't
ISIS
learn
is contained.
Anything. I mean, what he said yesterday has felt like it was repeated from times before when he's had press conferences, and I just don't feel any safer. And I don't feel the fire in his belly that I was looking for. I was looking for a little anger. And instead he was asking, to be nice to our Muslim friends. They're our sports heroes. They're our neighbors.
Muslim Americans are our friends and our neighbors, our co-workers, our sports heroes. And yes, they are our men and women in uniform who are willing to die in defense of our country.
There's no doubt that among the 3 million Muslims in this country, most of them are peaceful pluralists. And I like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar as much as the next guy.
That's the only sports, because my son asked, well, who are the Muslim sports heroes? And the only one I could think of was Kareem.
Your favorite Muslim sports hero, 312-642-5600. You can text us your favorite Muslim sports hero to 64636DA. That's our turnkey.pro text line. Favorite Muslim sports heroes, we'll take them all morning. Mahmoud Abdul Rauf, formerly known as Chris Jackson. Sure, I mean, he was a great basketball player.
All right.
Yeah. That kind of drops off for me after that. It's just such sophistry. Yes, we can see the point. The issue is, what are you doing for those that are not our favorite sports heroes?
Yes.
For those that are not the peaceful pluralists? And frankly, with respect to those, most of whom are not here, but they want to get here, and they want to get here to do what the San Bernardino shooters did last week. That's the real question that he doesn't want to confront. Here's some other things that he mentioned in terms of what we do. So here's what we're doing.
Okay.
That was the first part of the speech. And the second part of the speech was what should we do? Here's the president.
To begin with, Congress should act to make sure no one on a no-fly list is able to buy a gun. What could possibly be the argument for allowing a terrorist suspect to buy a semi-automatic weapon?
The Constitution, due process. Never mind.
But this is more about radicalized Muslims that want to kill us than it is a gun safety issue in my mind.
I think you're right.
And he never brought that up. Again, it's always the gun's fault.
Also, I mean, again, the no-fly list sounds good until you think it through a little bit. Here's something else. The president apparently doesn't know or doesn't care about how you can potentially get on the no-fly list. Marco Rubio and other Republicans made the point there are 700,000 Americans on some form of list in some database. You don't start stripping everybody of their rights. These databases can often be unreliable, per Weekly Standard writer Stephen Hayes being on the no-fly list. There's a good piece in IJ Review, IJReview.com. Here's some of the things that could land you on the no-fly list. You could raise, quote-unquote, reasonable suspicion, even on a social media platform, that you're involved in terrorist activity. Someone else could think you're a potential terror target. You could slightly resemble a terrorist in some way, or you could know someone, even just an acquaintance, who might be linked to terrorism. You could just be unlucky. People with the same or similar names as people who are already on the no-fly list have been barred from air travel on occasion. We know the ACLU sued to get 7 Americans just last year removed from the no-terror list that shouldn't have been on them. So this is a subjective list with subjective criteria, a little bit dangerous to willy-nilly take people's constitutional rights away. I was,
real quick, I was on a trip with John Garcia from Channel 7, and on the way back home, there's a Juan Garcia on the no-fly list, and he was detained for 45 minutes. And he had to prove, and and I was sitting out there waiting, going, "Oh my gosh, what's going on?" And just because his name is similar to other people's names who are on a no-fly list, and he had to get out his credit cards, driver's license, everything, and just sit there and talk to him. And then he gave him a Channel 7 business card, and finally, like, "Okay, we'll let you go."
Nice. And the president also went on to do the kind of the sawing sawdust in terms of banning assault weapons and that whole rap, too. He didn't have a lot of time for questions, only had time to knock out about 13 minutes worth of speechifying because he had to get to a party
Kennedy
with all
Center.
his Hollywood friends.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
We have a mild week ahead, unseasonably warm for this time of year. Today, a high of 45 degrees. After we get through this morning fog, we will have some sunshine by the afternoon. Then tomorrow, mild with some sun and clouds, a high near 50. Let's get the travel times. I'm sure the heavy fog is affecting it. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Good morning, Amy. Good morning, Dan. Yeah, fog, and not just fog, but freezing fog in some parts of the area. So some roads may be slick to go along with the reduced visibilities. There's a crash in northwest Indiana, southbound I-65. Past 61st Avenue. The emergency crews are there in the right lane, and there's a semi in the ditch. Eastbound Adams Tollway. Expect delays during the morning rush, even more so than usual today. There's road work in the right lane from Roselle Road to 53, scheduled till 2 this afternoon. We're now seeing slight delays on the inbound side of the Bishop Ford Freeway and the Dan Ryan Expressway, where you'd expect. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com, Traffic Center.
A couple more texts coming in. Your favorite Muslim sports stars, Muhammad Ali, of course. That's Bobby Moore, a.k.a. Ahmad Rashad, not Mr. Valerie Jarrett. I don't know, not Mr. Valerie Jarrett. He's married to Felicia Rashad Allen.
No, but he dated Valerie Jarrett for a long time.
Oh, he did?
Ahmad Rashad did. Yeah, they recently broke up. I saw her at the gym. She was very upset.
Okay. Boy. That is
Didn't know that,
That
did
is
you?
even more disturbing. Now he's off my list of favorite Muslim sports heroes now that I know that. You've heard me talking about the new website, upstream-ideas.com. If you haven't checked it out yet, you're missing thoughtful and expository content you won't find anywhere else from those who've operated in the political and policy arenas. Each week, you can watch the latest episode of Against the Current. That's our long-form interview series with policymakers and opinion leaders. You can also watch Illinois by the Numbers, our video series that breaks down Illinois one number at a time. And you can check out highlights from each Sunday's Illinois Rising, which tackles state and local politics. At Upstream Ideas, questions are asked that don't get asked anywhere else. Points of view are heard that are not heard anywhere else. No sacred cows, no punches pulled. It's all at upstream-ideas.com.
Merry Christmas, honey. Santa got something for you.
Aw, thanks, babe. Oh, look, it's my very own dust bunny.
What? How did that get in there?
I'm not sure, but I'd classify this as a gift we probably shouldn't give to anyone.
Sorry, sweetie. I feel awful. It's probably time to clean up before the rest of the family invades this week, huh?
Give the gift of a clean house this holiday season from Royal Air Duct Cleaning. There's no better time to tidy up for your guests than right now, because with a visit to RoyalAirDuctCleaning.com, you'll stuff your stocking with an incredible $149 special, normally $298. Send sneezes, dust bunnies, and allergens on their way so you can welcome in a clean holiday. Visit RoyalAirDuctCleaning.com now to cash in on your $149 special. Ask them about their carpet Cleaning for that extra twinkle and sparkle. That's RoyalAirDuctCleaning.com. Happy holidays from the Royal Air Duct Cleaning family to you.
AM 560, The Answer.
The fun continues here at AM 560, The Answer, and we have fun raising money for those in need. We've partnered up once again with Feed the Children. We've been doing this for 7 years now to try and feed children who go to bed hungry, wake up hungry every day. There's 1 in 5 American children that face the prospect of hunger on a regular basis. So we're asking for a one-time donation of $76. That's it. Make it the donation on behalf of your well-fed children or grandchildren.
Or make it a round number, $100 like I just made.
Oh, yeah, because you lost your bet and didn't cover the spread because of the Hawkeye game.
You don't have to wager college football with me to make a donation.
Okay, so make a $100 donation. Be like Dan. And to do that, call 866-435-2248. That's 866-435-2248. Operators are standing by. Literally, I do it every year. It takes just minutes to give to so many.
Another way to pitch in is through the special program we have for business owners or anyone involved in marketing business. It's called our Business Benefactor Program. And with this program, any business that makes a $2,500 tax-deductible donation to Feed the Children receives 40 60-second commercials that run Monday through Friday, 5 a.m. to 8 p.m. on these airwaves of primetime broadcasting hours. So for a business that wants to be involved in this program, here's how they can get involved. Call sales manager Michael Mann directly, 847-871-1527, and just ask him for the Business Benefactor Program that you want to get involved, and he will get you involved. Or you can just text the word FEED to our turnkey.pro text line, 64636, and you'll be prompted to get involved.
And slots are filling up quickly. Just to name a few, Grandview Capital, Thinking Outside the Box Law, Automated Systems Incorporated, just to name a few. And really, you're getting the best deal in Chicago radio. $2,500 tax-deductible donation. All of the money goes to Feed the Children. And as a way of saying thank you, we give you 40 60-second commercials that will air prime time Monday through Friday right here on AM 560. The Answer. Really, you can't lose. And do this sooner rather than later. Call Michael Mann directly at 847-871-1527. Again, that's 847-871-1527. And we thank you in advance for your generosity.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Too high. Your property taxes are too high. Illinois has the second highest property tax rate in the country, a burden that unfairly penalizes people like you. Why does Illinois have the second highest property tax rate in the country? Because elected officials spend too much money. Year after year, lawmakers promise to freeze the property tax rate. They make false promises at election time and fail to get the job done. The result? Property tax rates go up and up. It's time to force the politicians to keep their promise to voters. Join Americans for Prosperity in the fight to freeze property taxes. Go to AFPIL.org to start a tax freeze petition in your community. Go to AFPIL.org to put the brakes on runaway property taxes. If you're sick and tired of ever-increasing property taxes, do something about it. Go to AFPIL.org, paid for by Americans for Prosperity.
For a long time, Turnkey IT has been providing solutions to AM 560 business owners. It's a name that you've come to know and trust. Turnkey IT takes care of your technology and has a plan that fits your company's IT budget and network needs. Interested in moving some or all of your business to the cloud? Turnkey IT can migrate your network to Microsoft's Office 365. Need someone to call when you can't print, have a lost file, or need tech support? Turnkey IT's got you covered. Offsite backup? Check. On-site support? Check. Help desk support? Check. Turnkey IT staff is professional, friendly, punctual, and will solve all of your technical problems immediately or even after normal business hours, all for a fixed monthly rate. Turnkey IT knows your network is truly the heartbeat of your company, so focus on your business and leave the technical stuff to the pros. Visit turnkey.pro today for a plan that fits your needs. That's turnkey.pro.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, who radicalized who? New information about the San Bernardino terrorists.
And the seminal New York Times editorial, the first editorial on its front page in 95 years, to ban guns. We'll discuss at 5:35.
But first, let's go back into the newsroom and say good Monday morning to Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, 30 degrees. President Barack Obama saying there's no evidence The attack in San Bernardino, California, was directed by a terror network. But in a rare Oval Office address last night, the president did emphasize the terrorist threat is real.
On Wednesday, 14 Americans were killed as they came together to celebrate the holidays. They were taken from family and friends who loved them deeply. They were white and black, Latino and Asian, immigrants and American-born.
Republican presidential candidate Jeb Bush accused the administration of paying more attention to lawyers than military leaders.
The president has created directives from the White House that creates all sorts of bureaucratic challenges for airstrikes.
Meantime, San Bernardino, California shooter Syed Farouk's father says his son did back the ideology of ISIS in an interview with the Italian newspaper La Stampa. Former President Jimmy Carter giving some good news about his fight with cancer.
When I went this week, they didn't find any cancer at all, so I have good news.
At a Sunday school class at his church in Georgia, the 91-year-old Carter says the cancer in his brain is gone for the moment, telling the congregation when he went to get MRIs this past week, they didn't find the earlier melanoma spots. 17 years after the late Hugo Chavez kicked off Venezuela's socialist revolution, the balance of power has shifted. Venezuela's conservative opposition has won 99 seats in the incoming 167-seat legislature. The ruling Socialist Party was devastated. They're down to 46 seats. With help from a few remaining independent seats, the conservative movement would then have a two-thirds supermajority and could challenge President Nicolas Maduro's grip on power. ICE, the International Space Station, the ISS, resupplied by an unmanned orbital ATG Cygnus supply rocket. That ship was successfully launched Sunday afternoon after being delayed for days because of bad weather. Chicago Mayor Rahm Emanuel's office says the head of the city's police review board, Scott Andro, has resigned. Meantime, the Justice Department is expected to announce this week a civil rights investigation of the Chicago Police Department. Police say 3 men were wounded by gunfire from a vehicle outside a Chicago nightclub. It happened in Wicker Park early Sunday morning. And charges are pending against a Downers Grove man accused in the shooting last week at a Darien Walmart. San Francisco in overtime over the Bears 26-20. On the ice, Blackhawks winners over Winnipeg 1-0. Women's college basketball, a win for Illinois and Northwestern. The news service of Boys and Girls Clubs of America. It's 3 p.m. School's out, and when school's out, clubs are in. It's time to support boys and girls clubs. Visit greatfutures.org. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher believes a killer is a killer.
Nadel Hassan was a registered Democrat and Muslim. James Holmes was a registered Democrat. Sung-Hoo Cho wrote hate mail to President Bush. We didn't say that when this was all unfolding because it's irrelevant. We're not going to blame Democrats for the actions of some lunatic evil shooter in a movie theater. That game is played by the Michael Moores and the Loretta Lynches on the left.
The Mike Gallagher Show, weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
Hi, this is Dr. David Kolbaba. So you get yourself one of those blood tests with all the poking and prodding. They're always looking for some kind of bad news. Most blood tests these days are very lacking, only screening you for the big, bad, and ugly diseases, and with you never really getting the good news, or even knowing what to do with the not-so-good news. So let me tell you about our dirt-cheap comprehensive blood test. First of all, we'll be testing a wide variety of different health factors, and not just the ugly few. And then we're going to sit down with you and strategize with all that we learned from your blood test findings. And I promise that you're going to know more about what you can do to help improve your health using a more natural, common sense approach. And for over 33 years, we've been very successful at setting people free from their toxic medications. It's our dirt cheap comprehensive blood test. Call 800-794-1855. You can't get any cheaper than dirt cheap. That's 800-794-1855. Be sure to tune in to Health Quest Radio with me, Dr. David Kolbaba, this Saturday morning at 11.
Remodel your kitchen or bath with Galaxy and get free installation, free design, and free financing. Call Galaxy at 773-783-8300 or schedule online at galaxyhome.com.
Fact, College Illinois 529 prepaid tuition locks in tuition at today's plan rates to help secure your child's future. Purchase now and enjoy 2015 plan prices before they increase on January 1st. Enroll now at collegeillinois.org.
If you want to work until you drop, reduce your standard of living in retirement, or lose more of your hard-earned money in the stock market, then just ignore me. But if you'd like to generate a steady, predictable income, I'm talking real wealth and financial security for as long as you live, then listen to this. A free report is now available that reveals the money-making secrets Wall Street and the banks don't want you to know. It reveals how you can get guaranteed growth, safety, and wealth-building power without risking your money in the Wall Street casino. To get your free special report, visit bankonyourself.com. That's bankonyourself.com.
Listen to AM 560 on your mobile device. Now available on iHeartRadio. Online at iHeartRadio.com.
In our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center this morning, here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Eastbound Adams Tollway traffic is jammed solid. Meacham to Gulf Road with a crash in the two right lanes. There's road work as well on the right lane of Elmhurst Road to Toohey. Currently, on the inbound side of the Kennedy, traffic is looking pretty good. Out by the Little Heavy approaching O'Hare and westbound 190. And slow traffic from the Tri-State to the terminal area at the airport. Inbound Ryan, there's a 5-minute delay from Stevenson to downtown Bishop Ford. A 6-minute delay, 115th to the merge. Traffic is a service of UPSjobs.com. Now seeking part-time package handlers in Northbrook and Palatine. Offering competitive pay and benefits, including up to $25,000 in educational assistance. UPS actively promotes from within. Apply today at upsjobs.com/radio. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte. AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort is your commercial HVAC solution provider. Patchy morning fog, otherwise clouds and sun. Today, high 45. Currently 30 at O'Hare with that freezing fog. Your next news update is at 6. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Frank O. Carlson, the sign company's partner. They help you make more money. Go to mysignpartner.com.
If you're talking about it, I'll be talking about it. Dennis Prager here. Join me this morning at 11, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. We're taking your calls. Favorite Muslim sports hero, thanks to the president's remarks, part of his remarks yesterday. Also, I'll add into the list at 312-642-5600. That's our Turnkey.pro answer line. There's several we've mentioned. Also, favorite Muslim Nobel Prize winner.
Is there one?
There's sure.
Oh, Obama. Hey-o.
No. Sorry. No. Good one though.
Well, thank you. I'm here all week.
That's a funny. That's a funny. No, there's been 12.
I see you've been investigating this between the last break.
About 800 issue. There's 12. There's Muhammad Yunus, Grameen Bank, the microfinancing.
Mm-hmm.
Great idea. Definitely worthy. Malala Yousafzai, the Pakistani girl who was shot in the face and then youngest Nobel Prize recipient shot in the face, then has been an advocate for women's education in the Muslim world.
Got shot in the face going to school when they told her to stay home.
Yeah. Anwar Sadat.
Okay.
Yasser Arafat. Ooh.
That's a little
kind of off the rails there. Yeah.
But he specifically mentioned sports heroes.
No, it's true. But I mean, I wanted to broaden it because I'm trying to help the president make his argument. He clearly needs the help, and he needs it badly. Here's another organization that's affiliated with the president that could use some help making arguments.
Organization.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's my Dale Talon impersonation.
Thank you.
That is the New York Times. New York Times editorial, front page editorial, first time in 95 years that they've put an editorial on the front page. The last time was complaining about Republicans. So the playbook hasn't changed in 100 years. It's good to know, model and consistency. And the New York Times writes in their End the Gun Epidemic in America. That's the headline of the editorial. It is a moral outrage and a national disgrace that civilians can legally purchase weapons designed specifically to kill people with brutal speed and efficiency. Certain kinds of weapons, like the slightly modified combat rifles used in California, and certain kinds of ammunition must be outlawed for civilian ownership. It is possible to define those guns in a clear and effective way, and yes, it would require Americans who own those kinds of weapons to give them up for the good of their fellow citizens. What better time than during a presidential election to show at long last that our nation has retained its sense of decency. So there you go, gun owners. You own an AR-15. Have you no sense of decency, AR-15 owners?
Lay down your arms now. That's what they were asking for.
For the good of your fellow citizens. Now, apparently, even if you're law-abiding, somehow just the possession of that gun
makes you guilty.
It makes you indecent. According to the New York Times.
Well, there's just another way to shame gun owners to make them feel bad for just exercising their constitutional right. I mean, if you look at those two assault rifles that they're talking about, they were purchased by Enrique Marquez, who is their neighbor, their former neighbor. I'm talking about the San Bernardino couple. And he immediately, after the shooting, checked himself into a mental health facility. So police haven't even questioned him yet. They raided his house, came up with nothing. But he was just a neighbor who bought the guns for them, and they gave him money to buy the assault rifles. But the other two weapons that they own, the two handguns, those were purchased legally. These people were not on a no-fly list. These people were not, being investigated by the FBI.
So all the weapons were purchased legally?
Yes, they were all purchased legally.
And here, speaking of recruitment tools, because I know President Obama likes to talk about recruitment tools, this is a great recruitment tool. The New York Times editorial and what Loretta Lynch has had to say, what President Obama's had to say, great recruitment tool for the NRA. James Woods, the actor, he tweeted, "I just joined the NRA. I don't even own so much as a rifle, but I'm just sick of essentially the willy-nilly repudiation of individuals, law-abiding individuals' constitutional rights." Roger Simon writing in Pajamas Media, "How the New York Times and Loretta Lynch made me join the NRA. I'm not a complete stranger to guns. I got my merit badge in riflery when I was a kid and have dropped it on a firing range now and again, learning the basics on Glocks and Berettas. But the NRA was always a bridge too far for me. I'm still a Jewish boy from New York whose mother," but Roger Simon goes on to say, "The New York Times and Attorney General Loretta Lynch have finally put an end to all that. Hello again, Mr. LaPierre," Wayne LaPierre, the executive VP. "Here's my $25. Send me that rosewood knife. I'm in." And it's because of the unhinged rhetoric of the New York Times and Loretta Lynch and President Obama. And Roger Simon also points out something else about this editorial in the New York Times that everyone was talking about over the weekend. No mention, I can't find any mention of radical Islamic terrorism.
Oh, and not to mention the fact that they had pipe bombs, 3 of them at the scene that fortunately did not go off. Where's the attack on pipe bombs? Anyone who owns a pipe down, lay down your pipe bomb.
Or the component parts of making something as crude as a pipe bomb.
No more electric guitar or cars.
Yeah, there's just,
remote control cars.
They mention California and other places. They mention weapons, mention guns. I can't find any mention of radical Islamic terrorism in that piece. One other thing, because the president spent so much time talking about the backlash against Muslims, implying there is, we can't be discriminating and so forth. Mark J. Perry over at AEI writes at the Carpe Diem blog, hate crimes per 100,000 by selected ethnic and religious groups in 2014. Now the whole hate crime thing I kind of reject out of hand because every crime is a hate crime. As far as I'm concerned, these special designations for crime is a bit silly to me. But if you're going to keep statistics, then we can compare apples to apples. Hate crimes, according to the FBI, last calendar year by ethnic and religious groups. Number 1, who do you think?
Muslims?
Jews.
Okay.
3 times as many hate crimes committed against persons of the Jewish tradition in 2004 as compared to Muslims. So what about the backlash against... How to reconcile that? 3.2 hate crimes per 100,000 by selected ethnic and religious groups in 2014, according to FBI stats. So it's what Stephen Hayes said yesterday after the president's speech. Stephen Hayes, formerly of the No-Fly List, now on the Fox News. It's still on Fox News. Basically said, look, in point of fact, and Krauthammer said the same thing. In point of fact, since 9/11 and even since these terrorist attacks, Americans by and large have responded totally appropriately and totally proportionally, and have not blamed their neighbor or Kareem Abdul-Jabbar or Ahmad Rashad for radical Islamic terrorism. They've blamed radical Islamic terrorists. And it's adults in everyday life, those everyday Americans that Hillary Clinton wants to represent, except in terms of their interests, that can absolutely make those distinctions. It's the political ruling class that refuses to, at least the political ruling class that resides at 1600 Pennsylvania. Let's go to Ken in Lombard. You're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Well, the New York Times and others like them and their so-called sense of moral outrage, the first groups that they should call upon, not the law-abiding citizens, but the first groups they should call upon to hand in their guns are the gangbangers and the terrorists. And another point is, hey, with the First and Second Amendment, if you don't like freedom, then don't participate. Don't tell me I can't participate.
Thanks for the call,
Good
Ken.
point, yeah.
Here's the other thing about the editorial. Jonah Goldberg had a couple of good rants in National Review Online over the weekend. One, he basically made the point, look, if the New York Times has to put this editorial on the front page and make a big show of it, what does that say? It says two things. One, their power is fading, and number two, they're losing the argument. So he makes the point, when you're losing the argument, your volume tends to increase. Oftentimes, people losing the argument yell instead of just continuing the discourse. This is tantamount to what the New York Times is doing. The other thing he notes, 95 years since a front page editorial in the New York Times.
When was the last? 95 years ago, but what was the context?
It was about the Republican Party. It's just lost its way. Does it represent anyone? It was a hit on the Republican Party. So like I said, the playbook hasn't changed. But in those intervening 95 years, Jonah Goldberg did a little Billy Joel impersonation and gave a rundown of some historic events that perhaps could have prompted a front-page editorial. The Peace of Versailles, Buck v. Bell, the Great Depression, Pearl Harbor, the Hitler-Stalin Pact, the Ukrainian famine, the internment of Japanese Americans, the Tuskegee experiments, the Holocaust, McCarthyism, the Marshall Plan, Jim Crow, the Cuban Missile Crisis, the Kennedy assassination, the '64 Civil Rights Act, Kent State, the Gulf-Tonkin Resolution, Watergate, withdrawal from Vietnam, the killing fields, the Iran hostage crisis, the Contras, AIDS, gay marriage, the Iran nuclear deal. Those are just some of the topics that the New York Times could have believed rose to the occasion, or rose to the level of a front page editorial, like banning assault weapons. Steve on the South Side, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer. Oh, I'm sorry about.
Oh, well, they'll call back.
Sorry about that, Steve, and I think I lost Phil too. Sorry, I had a major malfunction there. By the way, in terms of the epidemic of gun crime. End the gun epidemic in America. That's the New York Times headline. Tim Carney had a piece on Washington Examiner. Turns out per capita murders in the United States are at their lowest levels since FBI records began, which was 1960. So I understand the mass shootings, these rampage shootings, the problem, all murders problem. But is the epidemic worse now than it was over the last 55 years? According to the data, no. Phil on the Northwest Side, sorry about that.
Good morning, guys. Got the greatest show on earth. Can you start reporting on all these savage killings around the world? I mean, the socialists and communists keep trying to get us to give up our guns and our economy. Just, when they give up the guns, how do they kill all these people? I mean, hack us 175 times to death. I mean, please put a bullet in me. Or say they start cutting somebody's head off wrong. I mean, where does it stop? You guys let us know, like all these other crimes in all these other countries that don't have such horrible gun crimes.
Thanks for the call, Phil. Steve on the South Side. Sorry about cutting you off, Steve.
And you were my favorite talk show host until a few minutes ago.
Yeah, I know. I'll have to redeem myself, yes.
But hey, seriously, I love you. Love the show. My favorite Muslim sports hero is Muhammad Ali.
Yeah, no, that's a good one. Anything else? Favorite Muslim Nobel Peace Prize? Nobel Prize winner. Doesn't have to be the Peace Prize. Could be a Nobel Prize in a particular discipline. Got one?
I think I'm done.
I'm with you, Steve. I'm done.
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one, Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
A dense fog advisory in effect until later this morning. Otherwise, mostly sunny skies, a high of 45 degrees. Then tomorrow, the mild conditions continue. Some sun, some clouds, a high near 50. Let's get the travel times. I'm sure there's a lot of reduced visibility out on the roadways. Here's Jim Telemonte.
That's right, Amy. We got fog, freezing fog. Just getting started with traffic. Inbound Eisenhower, have a report of a rollover crash near North Avenue. The left lane is blocked. Delays start around York Road. Police are responding there. Then the inbound Ike has slowed traffic from Manheim to First Avenue. So it's about 37 minutes, Thorndale to downtown, outbound 29. Eden's good. Outbound Kennedy, heavy approaching O'Hare, and westbound 190 has delays. River Road to the terminal area at the airport. Not a lot of flight delays. Most arrivals and departures are moving as scheduled. Inbound Stevenson, got a 2-minute delay Pulaski to Kedzie. The Rhine, a 5-minute delay coming into downtown Bishop Ford. Stop and go, 115th to the Rhine. Got a 10-minute delay there already. Eastbound Adams Tollway, still Roselle to Gulf with a crash in the right lane. Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com, Traffic Center.
My name is Dr. Howard. I've recommended Balance of Nature for over 15 years because of the excellent results I see in my patients. Balance of Nature doesn't make any claims of treating or curing any particular disease, but I think the results speak for themselves.
It's a great product. The years I was on it for like about 3 years before, and I noticed I was not sick at all. And the couple of months that I was off of it, I ended up having a cold, and I haven't had a cold in like all the years that I was on it before. So I'm back on it again, and I don't intend to get off of it again because I've seen the proof in the pudding, you know.
When you can give your body a full variety of 31 different fruits and vegetables in their 100% natural, whole food form, you receive the unmatched balance of nutrition. Call toll-free 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com and be sure to enter promo code CHICAGO.
This is Dan Proft with an Upstream Idea, brought to you in part by the Illinois Policy Institute. 97. That's the percentage of Chicago Teachers Union members who voted yes in a recent mock vote. Yes, they voted. They are prepared to go out on strike for the second time in 4 years. The annual average CPS teacher salary is just under $80,000. And that's before you include their health insurance benefits and guaranteed 7-figure pension. The bankrupt, junk-rated Chicago Public Schools spend more than $15,000 annually per pupil, and yet 75% of 4th and 8th graders are neither proficient in reading nor math. This in a system of nearly 400,000 students. So who's the bad guy here? Is it the teachers union or the mayor's office? Yes, there are no white hats in the story of central planners from City Hall fighting with the central planners from the teachers union over who gets to be the lead central planner at CPS. If the teachers strike, they deserve to be unlocked from their jobs. CPS students deserve access to schools that will give them the opportunity to earn an education that sets them on a course for success in life. The only way that happens is if the adults inside CPS, the parents, and the adults outside CPS, state political leaders, change the flow of money away from central planners and to families so that they may make the same choices for their children that Tiny Dancer did for his kids matriculating at the University of Chicago Lab School. For more ideas like this, visit upstream-ideas.com. I'm Dan Proft.
AM 560, The Answer.
Sleigh bells ring.
It's the holiday season of giving and thinking of others before yourself. And we here at AM 560 teaming up with Feed the Children once again. And we have a great opportunity for business benefactors, for people who own a small business, or if you do the marketing for your company. If you donate $2,500 tax deductible donation, all of the money goes to Feed the Children. And as a way of saying thank you, we will give you 40 one-minute commercials that will run prime time right here on AM 560. The answer to do that, call sales manager Michael Mann directly at 847-871-1527. Do it today because slots are filling up quickly. 847-871-1527.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper. Hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
This is Amy Jacobson. I'm excited to tell everybody who's considered buying a MyPillow but hasn't that now with the buy one, get one free offer, you'll also get a 60-day money-back guarantee. Basically, you can try MyPillow risk-free. You have nothing to lose and could be enjoying your best sleep ever. What are you waiting for? It is so important to get a great night's sleep. MyPillow helps with snoring, headaches, neck pain, insomnia, allergies, and more. Plus, it's washable and keeps its shape to give you support where you need it most. That's why it's the official pillow of the National Sleep Foundation. For the MyPillow buy one, get one free offer and 60-day money-back guarantee, visit MyPillow.com or call 800-489-0201. Please use the promo code Amy. Do it now. This offer is for a limited time, 800-489-0201 or online at MyPillow.com, promo code Amy, 800-489-0201.
Looking to secure financing on a new home or refinance your existing home, then you need to do what I did. Well, Amy did, and call David Hochberg. Amy closes today. Congratulations. Yay.
11:30. Thank you.
Another David Hochberg success story, and the joy of home ownership is spread to another family. Carol called to consolidate her mortgage, credit card debt, and student loans because her husband Sam listens to David's show. Carol and Sam lived on credit cards to feed their family and cover expenses when Sam lost his job. Sound familiar? David informed Carol consolidating her debt into a 15-year fixed loan would reduce her payment over $1,000 a month. Carol talked it over with Sam, and this is a direct quote. If David said to do it, then let's do it. Needless to say, David is helping Carol and Sam recalibrate their debt and save over $12,000 a year. If you've accumulated debt because of a job loss and you'd like David's help in recalibrating your debt, give him a call now at 312-751-1333 or visit am560david.com. David's helped Amy and thousands of AM560 listeners, and he'll help you, but you have to call 312-751-1333 or visit him online, am560david.com. Pearl Mortgage is an equal housing lender, Illinois Residential Mortgage Licensee 4358, RMLA, NMLS 19186.
It's easy to take your commercial HVAC system for granted. It's always there, keeping your building comfortably warm or cool. Until you have a system failure. With another unforgiving Chicago winter just around the corner, now's the time to have a comprehensive review of your mechanical HVAC system. And you don't want just anyone. You want Air Comfort, Chicagoland's leading mechanical professionals. For over 80 years, Air Comfort has delivered its customers the best trained and highly skilled team of award-winning technicians. That's why Air Comfort is recognized as Star Certified by the MSCA, a designation achieved by only 2% of contractors nationwide. With a service fleet of more than 80 fully equipped vehicles, chances are that an Air Comfort technician is nearby. Schedule your system check by calling now, 708-345-1900. That's 708-345-1900 or online at aircomfort.com.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, another head rolls in the Laquan McDonald case. But first, here's Mike Scott.
A Justice Department to look into the Chicago Police Department. An arrest made in a Darien Walmart shooting. WIND Chicago News Time is 6 o'clock.
Fox News Radio, I'm Lisa Brady. President Obama acknowledging the San Bernardino massacre was terrorism.
The threat from terrorism is real, but we will overcome it.
Using a rare Oval Office address for a message of reassurance, not any changes in strategy. Fox News Radio's Rachel Sutherland is live in Washington.
Lisa, the president said there's no evidence the San Bernardino attackers were part of a larger terror conspiracy, but did acknowledge
the two of them had gone down the dark path of radicalization.
He went on to call on lawmakers to tighten gun laws.
Congress should act to make sure no one on a no-fly list is able to buy a gun.
And to pass legislation making it harder to buy assault weapons like those that were used in the attack. The president also said the U.S. should not get involved in another ground war or view the fight against terror as a religious battle. Lisa.
Well, Rachel, Republicans pouncing on lack of policy change.
There is no plan to destroy ISIL. There's a plan to hand this mess to the next president.
Senator Lindsey Graham, fellow Republican hopeful Mike Huckabee.
I've heard people say no ground troops. Why do we limit ourselves? And why on God's earth, if we were going to limit ourselves, would we ever announce to our enemies that we have limitations and we have a line we're not going to cross?
The father of California killer Saeed Farouk tells an Italian newspaper his son did support ISIS and creation of an Islamic State. His wife had pledged allegiance to the ISIS leader online. The FBI still tracking the weapons used, raiding the home of a former neighbor suspected of legally purchasing two of them. The Justice Department reportedly set to investigate the Chicago Police Department. A formal announcement could come today.
The federal probe comes after the shooting death of 17-year-old Laquan McDonald. McDonald died after being shot 16 times by a Chicago police officer.
Fox's Kelly Wright. The officer is charged with murder and the police superintendent's been fired, but protests continue. You're listening to Fox News Radio. Fair and balanced.
Cloudy skies and freezing fog. 29 degrees at 6:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. Mayor Rahm Emanuel's office says the head of the city's police review board has resigned and will be replaced with a former federal prosecutor. Mayor's office said late last night that Scott Andro, the chief administrator of the IPRA, had resigned effective immediately. The statement says Sharon Fairley will take over Andro's role. Meantime, the Justice Department is expected to announce this week a civil rights investigation of the Chicago Police Department. Chicago Police Interim Superintendent is warning officers they face strict discipline if they don't make sure both the video and audio of their squad car dashboard cameras are working. Reverend Jesse Jackson led a march through downtown Chicago over the weekend. On Sunday, the marchers took to the streets in response to newly released police reports about last year's shooting of Laquan McDonald. Jackson's Rainbow Push Coalition has called for more rallies and demonstrations. 2 missing New York college students have been found safe. Police say they were abducted and then held hostage. SWAT teams rescued the 2 University of Rochester students late last night. Nicholas Calais and Ani Iwo were last seen around 2 a.m. Saturday near the school. They were reported missing Saturday evening. Both of those college seniors are from the Chicago area. Chicago sports, Robbie Gould misses a game-winning field goal as time expires in regulation, handing the game to the stumbling Giants, 26-20, the 49ers, 26-20, a final in overtime as the Bears fall to San Francisco. Carolina Panthers remain unbeaten. Blackhawks remain good on the ice. They beat Winnipeg 3-1. Northwestern plays a New Year's Bowl game against Tennessee in the Outback Bowl, while Northern Illinois falls in the MAC title game, but they get an early Christmas present as well, a trip to the Poinsettia Bowl facing Boise State on December 23rd. The news, a service of Unbound. A mother cradles her child on a cold night because there's no room for them anywhere else. Sound familiar? It's the daily reality for many who live in poverty around the world. Look closer at unbound.org. A check of traffic and weather is on the way next on AM 560.
When all is said and done, and the Obama administration rides off into the sunset, what one overwhelming theme will be the lasting impression? Here's one: asleep at the switch. While ISIS was making a rampage across the Middle East, we did nothing. While a Syrian dictator was killing 300,000 of his own people, we did nothing. When thousands of those same refugees came pouring across the border, we did nothing. Unfortunately, we were, and still are, asleep at the switch. So keep it here to learn what we can do about that. AM 560. The Answer.
Offer not valid in all states or where prohibited by law. See website for details. Need some extra cash today? Do you have bad credit or maxed out credit cards? If so, turn your radio up. 67cash.com is one of the nation's largest personal loan networks with over 50 different lenders. Now you can get a personal loan from $500 to $5,000 with no traditional credit check, discreetly from your computer or smartphone, and with no paperwork to send in. That's right, no paperwork whatsoever. Your cash will hit your bank account as soon as tomorrow. And with millions of dollars to lend, our lenders will not perform a traditional credit check. Visit 67cash.com and you can have $500 to $5,000 in no time. Just have a checking account and a regular source of income, and you could get the loan you need now, regardless of your credit. Go to 67cash.com from your smartphone or computer to get the cash you need. Visit 67cash.com. Type www.67cash.com directly into the address bar. That's 67cash.com. 67cash.com.
America has a serious narcotics problem. 90% of the world's narcotics are taken by Americans. They have a place, but when you're dealing with chronic pain, pain that doesn't go away or which frequently returns, there is a better way. You're masking the pain. We help you find and deal with the source of the chronic pain to get real relief. This is Ken Candido of Chicago Anesthesia Pain Specialists. We're serious players in pain. Our team are national leaders and we're educators in the treatment of pain. We will work with you to diminish or eliminate your pain and help you get your life back. Contact us. We will help you. You don't have to live with chronic pain. We treat all pain. We don't mask it with painkillers and narcotics that are not good for you and which can be addictive. I have a simple message for you. If you or someone you love or someone you know has chronic pain, contact us. Treating chronic pain issues is what we do. We can make it better. Get an appointment and let's talk. MyPainChicago.com, MyPainChicago.com. All the info is available at MyPainChicago.com. Let's make you pain-free.
In our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center, let's get the latest on the morning commute. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Like on Metra's Milwaukee West line, train 2202 due downtown at 6:13. It stopped near River Grove. There's been a pedestrian incident again on the Milwaukee West line. Edens is fine. Kennedy inbound good, but outbound. Slow Montrose to O'Hare and westbound 190 has delays from the Kennedy to the terminal area. It's about 32 minutes downtown to the airport. Inbound Eisenhower jammed from before 83 to North Avenue. Rollover crash in the two left lanes. 51 minutes Thorndale to downtown. 19 from Manheim. Outbound 30 to Thorndale. Stevenson 42 minutes. 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Ryan 20 minutes. 95th to downtown. Bishop Ford 25 minutes. 80-94 to the Ryan. Eastbound Adams Tollway slow Barrington to Gulf Road with a crash in the right lane. Traffic service of Compassion International. Ever thought of yourself as a hero? That's what you'll be for a child in poverty when you become a sponsor with Compassion International. Go to compassion.com/radio for more. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solution provider. Here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
A dense fog advisory in effect until noon today. Widespread dense fog for the morning on the west. Clouds and sun with a high 45, then a partly cloudy night tonight with a low of 36. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560. The Answer.
30 at O'Hare. Next news, 6:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. On AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by In the Know with Wealth Management Group, hosted by Craig Bolanos. Heard Sunday mornings at 10.
Good morning. Welcome to your Monday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
So this was an act of terrorism designed to kill innocent people.
So we're not winning that battle yet.
Well, we're not winning, but it's too soon to say that we are doing everything we need to do, and I've outlined very clearly.
This idea of tracking Muslims in America, that's the thing. Where are you on that?
You have people that have to be tracked. If they're Muslims, they're Muslims. But you have people that have to be tracked. And we better be, I use the word vigilance. We have to show vigilance.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. Question, should Tiny Dancer exit stage left? This is a question that we're going to have to keep asking because the calls keep coming. 312-642-5600 is the Turnkey.pro answer line. 64636DA is the Turnkey.pro text line. Amy, Rahm Emanuel, in his own words, in the Tribune over the weekend.
Yeah, did you read the op-ed? It was both in the Tribune and the Sun-Times.
Oh, I did.
You know, he owns this, Dan.
Yeah. I own the problem of police brutality, and I'll fix it. Do you buy that? Rahm writes, among other things, what I strongly reject is the suggestion, he's offended, that the videotape of the McDonald's shooting was withheld from the public because of the election.
Because of the election.
He says, no, he says, I didn't see it, and I left it in prosecutors' hands, and I don't look at this stuff precisely because I don't want to be perceived as interfering with an investigation, and so on and so forth. No one could have predicted, he writes, that it would take more than a year to finish the probe. It's just as likely that charges would be filed during the campaign, in which case the video would have become public during the before or during the election, says Tiny Dancer. Anybody believe that?
312-642-5600 is the number.
Here's something else that he wrote that was interesting, because this is some facts surrounding the alleged hush money that was paid to the Laquan McDonald family.
Yeah, I like this one. That he said the lawyer for the family came to them.
Correct.
That they did not seek the family out. The family went to City Hall and said, let's settle.
It was the lawyers for Laquan's family who approached the city on February 27th and expressed a desire to settle the case quickly and without a lawsuit. The city sought to present the settlement for approval at the subsequent city council meeting, which was April 15th. The first possible opportunity to present the agreement to the city's finance committee was on April 13th. And at that meeting, ARP Corp counsel Steve Patton explained why a settlement was in the city's best interest. Among the main reasons was the police dash cam videotape, which he described in detail. So it was McDonald that came via their attorney to the city looking to settle without a suit, and the city, looking at the totality of the evidence, they came up with a $5 million figure that was paid out. Here's a question. He doesn't look at videotapes because he doesn't want to intervene with the investigation.
Right. That's what he told us on 3 separate occasions.
Right.
On camera has said that.
And then he writes in the same op-ed, so I should have known that in light of the checkered history of misconduct in the Chicago Police Department, talking about the Burge case, that the long delay in releasing the videotape could raise concerns and suspicions across our city. Our goal was to protect the integrity of the investigation. So let me understand something. No one could have predicted it would take more than a year to finish the probe. That's what he writes.
Right.
Then 6 months later, they settle with the McDonald family for $5 million. And among the main reasons they did was Steve Patton, his corp counsel, explained why a settlement was in the city's best interest. Among the main reasons was the police dash cam videotape, which Patton described in detail. So at that point, knowing what's on the video, even if you haven't seen it, and I'm not taking his word on that, but let's just play it out for the sake of argument. At that point, knowing what's on the video, knowing that it ultimately will come out, you're 6 months into an investigation that has not concluded. You just paid out $5 million to the McDonald family. At that point, do you press the issue? Because it was another 6 months before all this happened, with the city fighting the release of the video every step of the way. I mean, is this?
Well, something doesn't smell right here.
Yeah, it's
Tiny Dancer.
It's Tiny Dancer's tutu.
Right, but that's why he wrote the op-ed in both newspapers, because he's trying to regain our trust. But I don't think it's going to work. And also, late last night, he got rid of the person resigned. Yes. The head of the city's police review board was forced into resignation or to resign as well.
Another underling drowned in Swan Lake by Tiny Dancer. This individual also, there's some controversy. This place, right? Lorenzo Davis, we've mentioned this before. Lorenzo Davis was a former police officer who questioned, and he was an Illinois Police Review Authority investigator who questioned some of Ando's decision making with respect to police-involved shootings. He's gone. So now,
then there's a lawsuit filed.
Now it's safe to fire Ando, too, because you got to find other heads to roll, other human shields for Tiny Dancer. Here's more, too, over the weekend.
Oh, yeah, they released 400 pages of police reports. I read them. Did you read any of them over the weekend?
Yeah.
It was fascinating.
And so here's the problem with those police reports, and here's the problem with Tiny Dancer's story. They don't square with the video. And Tiny Dancer knew what was on the video because his corp counsel told him what was on the video. So he's just willfully blind. He's blissfully ignorant. Those are not defenses. I hate to break it to you, Tiny Dancer. Go ahead.
Yeah, Jason and his partner and 2 of the 6 officers that were there all say that Laquan McDonald was swinging a knife and moving toward the officer.
In an aggressive and exaggerated manner.
Mm-hmm. And he was fearing for his life when he shot him.
And he was backpedaling, except Laquan McDonald was not swinging the knife in the aggressive and exaggerated manner described, as we see on the video, except Officer Van Dyke was not backpedaling when he was shooting his weapon.
He was
as we
moving
saw
forward.
on the video.
But he did add
That's
an
a problem.
addendum. He did add an addendum to those police reports, talking about the 21-foot rule. Do you know about that? You know, if a knife-wielding detector can get a close distance of 21 feet before an officer can draw a weapon, aim and fire, that's when you're supposed to defend yourself.
Yeah.
And also that some of those knives out there can be and this sounds
The
crazy,
old
but they could
knife
also be a
gun.
22
Right.
caliber revolver.
So he thought
built
the
into the
knife
handle.
was the gun, except he wasn't swinging the knife.
So those
or
are the
pointing
two
the knife.
addendums that he made on the police reports.
Officers also claim that after McDonald had been shot by Van Dyke, the teen tried to lift himself off the ground with the knife pointed toward the officers. I didn't see that on the video either.
No, they kicked the knife away on the video. They walked right up to him and kicked it away.
Does Tiny Dancer have to go? How compelled are you by this op-ed that he offered? It seems to me it raises more questions and is filled with more half-truths and outright lies than we've already heard from his pretty little mouth. Let's go to Ron on the south side.
Hey, good morning. He mentioned something about regaining the trust. I know the trust that piece of lying crap. But look here. I guess it's the same thing. He didn't know about the $23 million no bid contract. But my last point, when the real big shooter, Obama, when he gets finished chasing ICE, tell him to make a little comment about this. I think someone asked him about the situation. He said, well, I don't want to. A spokesman said that the president didn't want to make any comments because maybe a pending investigation. He made comments about Ferguson. So you know what? He endorsed him, and he owns him. And you know what to tell? And one last thing. You want some more of this? Vote for vote for Hillary Clinton. Have a good day.
Thanks for the call, Ron. Good points. I'll tell you, also, it appears justice is going to come in and do an investigation of the Chicago Police Department. So even more reason for President Obama to not feel he has to restrain himself from commenting, something very unusual for the president, particularly in cases between the races. Here's something else to Ron's point. Hillary Clinton, she still has confidence in Rahm. This story over the weekend. She still has confidence in Rahm. So
Queen Bee.
so lakefront liberals and minority families in Chicago and elsewhere that have been reliable Hillary Clinton voters and who she needs to be reliable Hillary Clinton voters again. What do you think of that? Kankle Caucus members who think they're so enlightened, so compassionate for their fellow man, so concerned about the plight of the downtrodden and those treated unfairly before the law. What do you think about your champion now, your everyday people's champion now? Let's hear from you. Bob in Burr Ridge.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. To the Democrats' credit, and to Rahm especially, if you listen to his explanation, it's so polished, it sounds so reasonable that unless they find the gun in his hand on this video, I predict that he's going to keep his job and this is going to go away. And that's my comment.
Thanks for the call, Bob. I mean, I don't think it's going to go away, but I agree with you that he's not coming out of City Hall except in cuffs. And I would relish the day that happened.
And Alderman Ed Burke said there's no mechanism to remove a mayor who has lost voter confidence. Alderman Ed Burke has been just defending the mayor on every front. He doesn't want a Department of Justice investigation. He says the last time I checked, he was elected to be mayor of Chicago until 2019. Isn't that correct? And he got actually angry with reporters who asked him about removing or trying to get Rahm to step down.
Not to ruffle the green carnation in Ed Burke's on Ed Burke's lapel, but Councilor Burke, isn't it true that you could author and pass an ordinance that would provide for recall of a mayor or perhaps an alderman or perhaps most of the 50 aldermen who lost the confidence of the voters?
That would be a death wish and a career ender for any alderman if they voted to put that measure in place. That's the problem.
Why?
Because he has that much power.
Who's they? Who's he?
Mayor Emanuel.
Well, I mean, then if you're, this is to me one of the litmus tests. If your alderman, all you Chicago residents, if your alderman is unwilling to move a recall ordinance, then you know everything you need to know about your alderman. And your alderman should be removed from office, recall ordinance or no recall ordinance, at the next available time. Dave on the southwest side.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
I want to make an observation as a conservative guy that normally votes Republican. It's amazing to see the left eat their own. This college president down in Missouri got ran out in a rail. Alvarez, McCarthy, the police chief, and now Emanuel. You think, oh, I'm buddies with Obama. I vote for him. I fly the.
Oh, thanks for the call, Dave. Apparently got cut up, but I get your point. Kevin in Northfield, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
There's plausible deniability, and there's deniability what ain't plausible. The dog ate my homework. Oh, but we don't have a dog. Damn it. This guy is jumping through hoops, but Baryshnikov and Nureyev were much more skilled at dancing through the hoops. It doesn't wash. I'm just shocked that Hillary said, oh, yeah, I'm backing my guy. I am absolutely shocked because of what you mentioned. She needs the votes of the people. And we all love cops. We love the cops who lay down their life. This cop has ruined the reputation of so many cops who do their job properly. Why Rahm wouldn't want to hang this guy out, why they'd let him ride a desk job, it boggles the mind.
Thanks for the call, Kevin, and the ballet reference.
You're listening to Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
A dense fog advisory greets you on your back-to-work Monday, but by this afternoon, we should have some clouds and sunshine. Mild, a high of 45 degrees. Then tomorrow, even warmer, sun and clouds, and a high of 50. Let's get the travel times with the reduced visibility. I'm sure it's rough out there. Here's Jim with the answer.
All kinds of problems, Amy. Traffic isn't even tiptoeing on the inbound Eisenhower. It's jammed solid from Veterans Memorial Tollway to North Avenue. Rollover crash in the two left lanes. It's an hour and 2 minutes Thorndale to downtown, but just 20 minutes from Manheim, outbound 32 to Thorndale. Inbound Kennedy, getting heavier. It's about 23 minutes O'Hare to downtown, outbound 35 with additional delays on westbound 190. Kennedy to the terminal area at O'Hare. Eden's 21 minutes, Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 19. The Stevenson, 43 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. The Ryan, 20 minutes, 95th to downtown. Eastbound Adams Tollway, stop and go from Barrington to Gulf Road after a crash that's now gone. Metra trains are stopped on the Milwaukee West line, but a pedestrian incident in the River Grove area. Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com, Traffic Center.
Everywhere you go, the threat looms. It follows you no matter what you do. The longer you avoid the IRS and the financial difficulties you're going through, the faster they will begin to close in on you. Take control of your situation and stop the chase. John Doat of Thinking Outside the Box law firm, a Feed the Children business benefactor, will help you end the feeling of being hunted by the IRS. If you've avoided taxes or could benefit from the life-saving assistance of bankruptcy, it's time you call John Doat. This is an attorney who is willing to take on the federal government on your behalf. He has worked to discharge thousands of dollars in penalties, and he can help you settle your debts once and for all. Call 888-777-4193. Stop being hunted down by the IRS. Let John Doat of Thinking Outside the Box law firm deal with the IRS personally. His proven system works. Call John today for your own relief plan, 888-777-4193, or visit him online at thinkingoutsidetheboxlaw.com. That's thinkingoutsidetheboxlaw.com.
Selecting a dentist is an important decision. Don't trust it to just anyone. Here's Dr. Joel Akrush with Artistic Dentistry.
I don't like what I call cookie cutter dentistry. Not every patient should fit into that one treatment. We like to treat our patients. They have their own treatment, their own situation, their own health. Everything must play all together, and that patient gets their own treatment.
With more than 30 years of combined experience, the team at Artistic Dentistry understands that each patient's needs are different. Their state-of-the-art facility allows their team to address all your dental needs in one location, from regular dental checkups to customized dental implants. Let Artistic Dentistry give you the smile that you've always wanted. Schedule a free consultation today at 708-301-6060. That's 708-301-6060 or donewithdentures.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
So, Dan, our list of business benefactors is getting longer.
Yay!
I know, it's great. Spots are filling up quickly. And what this is, we've teamed up with Feed the Children again to raise money for the needy, for the hungry, because as you know, hunger does not take a holiday. And why we love Feed the Children is because of what's raised here stays here.
Trying to feed 18,000 children in and around Chicagoland this year.
And our business benefactor program is a great way for you to introduce your small business or your medium-sized business to the masses. And what it is a one-time donation of $2,500. It's tax deductible. And as a way of saying thank you, you will receive 40 60-second commercials that will run primetime Monday through Friday from 5 a.m. to 8 p.m. right here on AM 560, The Answer. We will voice your commercials for you if you would like. Dan has some wonderful impersonations that, he's ready to go.
Well, that is weird.
Like that.
That's me doing Dana Carvey doing Johnny Carson.
That's
So I
great.
can do your entire 30 or 60-second commercial. I can do your
Yes.
entire 60-second commercial in that voice. Wouldn't that be fun?
It would be great. And here's what you do.
Could have Ed join us.
For the business benefactor program, call Michael Mann directly. He's our sales manager. Call him directly at 847-871-1527. That's 847-871-1527. We'd like to thank Grandview Capital, Thinking Outside the Box Law Firm, and Automated Systems Incorporated. They're just a few of the people who have signed up for our business benefactor program.
There's another way to participate as well. You can make a contribution of any amount to feed the children by simply calling 866-435-2248. I made a $100 contribution today because Amy cheated me in the Michigan State-Iowa game. But because I'm going to be the bigger person, I am still abiding the terms of the wager.
You gave me 7 points.
True.
And,
you said the line was 7 points.
No, actually, I thought the line was 12, but then it was 7. And then before game time, it was 2.5.
It was actually 3 all week, and then it was 2.5 at kickoff. But
That's all right.
Again, for the kids and during the holidays, I'm going to overlook it. And if you can live with yourself.
It just takes a few minutes. Call 866-435-2248. I donate every year on behalf of my well-fed children. Make a donation in their honor. Just 866-435-2248. Operators are standing by. And Dan, I'm going to take your $100 here, put it into my bank account, then call them and make a donation in your honor.
I want to see the receipt. Also tax deductible.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Nothing frustrates me more than liberal hypocrisy. Take our food, for example. The left claims to care about the poor and the environment. But guess what? They're waging a silent war against America's farmers that is making our food supply more costly and less sustainable. America's family farmers are producing more food using less land and fewer resources than ever before. Now, they should be cheered, but instead, radical groups are working with government bureaucrats to crack down on our farmers and limit the tools and technology that they're allowed to use. Now, the result is higher food costs for you, the American consumer, and low-income families. They're hit the hardest. Now, thankfully, someone is fighting back. Protect the Harvest is a national coalition working to defend modern American agriculture. You can check them out at protecttheharvest.com and follow them on Facebook to get the very latest news and see how you can help. Don't let radical activists control your family's food choices. Visit protecttheharvest.com today.
Christmas is less than 4 weeks away, and ChicagoRadioDeals.com wants to make holiday shopping a little easier for you. So as a thank you for making Chicago Radio Deals your preferred discount shopping website, they have a gift for you. Use the promo code JOY, that's right, J-O-Y, JOY at checkout to receive another 15% off your entire purchase. So don't stress about going to a party empty-handed this Christmas when ChicagoRadioDeals.com is just a click away. You can purchase and print a gift certificate the same day. You'll find gifts for everyone on your list, like jewelry, musical instruments, tickets to live theater, or maybe treat someone to dinner at the restaurants at the Grand Victoria Pavilion. Plus, there's Lake Michigan cruises, overnight stays, spa treatments, home decor, and more. Find them all at ChicagoRadioDeals.com. And don't forget to enter the promo code JOY for 15% off at checkout. But act fast. These deals are selling quickly. That's ChicagoRadioDeals.com.
AM 560. The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
I say we vote again. We have Vicki Wilson from Parents for Privacy in Palatine School District 211 joins us again because it looks like the school board may be reconsidering allowing a boy in the girls' locker room at the high school.
But first, let's go back into the newsroom and say hello once again to Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, good morning. Good morning, everyone. President Obama says there's no evidence, in his words, that the attack in San Bernardino, California was a direct terror network plot overseas or part of a broader plot from the rest of the world.
The victims were brutally murdered and injured by one of their co-workers and his wife. So far, we have no evidence that the killers were directed by a terrorist organization overseas or that they were part of a broader conspiracy here at home.
But in a rare Oval Office address last night, the president emphasized the threat is real. This morning, Florida Senator Marco Rubio reacted on Fox News.
And then the cynicism tonight to spend a significant amount of time talking about discrimination against Muslims. Where is there widespread evidence that we have a problem in America with discrimination against Muslims?
Meantime, in Paris, U2 was back on stage last night after canceling 2 shows in the wake of last month's terror attacks in that city. It was an emotional return, according to the Irish rocker Bono.
We are in Paris. Feels like the whole world is in Paris. Tonight, we are all Parisians.
As he spoke, the names of the 130 who lost their lives were projected on a video screen at that concert. A lower-income apartment complex in northeast Dallas, already home to recent arrivals from around the world, welcomes a family of 6 Syrian refugees today, among a dozen being resettled in Texas. The country's oldest World War II veteran is in Washington, D.C. today. Frank Livingston is 110. He was an Army private in Italy in World War II. Livingston expected to be a guest of honor at today's Pearl Harbor Day ceremony. Chicago Mayor Rahm Emanuel's office says the head of the city's police review board has resigned and will be replaced with a former federal prosecutor. Meantime, the Justice Department is expected to announce this week a civil rights investigation of the Chicago Police Department. Chicago sports. 49ers over the Bears, 26-20 in overtime. Bears kicker Robbie Gould missing a game-winning field goal as time expires in regulation. In the NFL yesterday, the Carolina Panthers remain unbeaten, and on the ice, it was the Blackhawks over Winnipeg, 3-1. The news service of the Foundation for a Better Life. Mr. Rogers passed along friendship, hoping we would too. Friendship, pass it on from the Foundation for a Better Life at values.com. A check of traffic and weather next on AM 560.
Dennis Prager can always see beyond the headline.
You know that, was it the New York Times or the Wall Street Journal that published the poll? There is less faith and trust in government today than at any time since they've been taking these polls. But nobody puts 2 and 2 together. Gee, who might be the president for the last 7 years? That has nothing to do with it.
The Dennis Prager Show, weekdays at 11, right before Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
Cornerstone National Bank believes trust, service, and relationship is the foundation of a business banking partnership. Cornerstone National Bank and Trust Company, where you belong. Visit cornerstonenb.com. Member FDIC.
That is a pretty good breakfast. You're not even eating.
Not ever.
Why not? What's up?
Kath and I knew that Jenny had been partying a bit. Found out she tried heroin.
Most people don't know what to say about drugs, but we do. Visit us at drugfree.org. A message from the Partnership for Drug-Free Kids, where families find answers.
House full of guests, errands to run, no pocket space, holiday blues.
Ditch those holiday blues with the 35 Days of Plenty. You can win weekly prizes like a Bahamas cruise or the grand prize, a Ford Explorer. All from Plenty, the rewards program you can join for free. Enter for your chance to win at holidays.plenty.com. That's Plenty with an I. No purchase necessary. Must be a Plenty member. Ends 12/28. US 18 and older.
Here's Dr. Howard, formulator of Balance of Nature, an all-natural, 100% organic fruit and vegetable supplement.
Did you know 40% of all cancer could be prevented? That's a fact. Along with maintaining appropriate body weight and regular exercise, the American Institute for Cancer Research and the USDA confirm that eating 9 to 11 servings of fruits and vegetables every day is the key. Now ask yourself, am I at risk? How many servings of fruits and vegetables did I eat today? Balance of Nature has solved this problem and provides an easy and affordable way to consume over 10 servings of 31 different whole fruits and vegetables every day.
Get real today with Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies. Call toll free 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com and be sure to enter promo code Chicago.
636 in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. On Metra's Milwaukee West Line, trains are stopped in the River Grove area. This is due to a pedestrian incident. The inbound Eisenhower is absolutely jammed. From 355 to North Avenue, a rollover crash has just cleared there. We're looking at a travel time of an hour and 7 minutes from Thorndale to downtown, 25 minutes from Manheim, outbound 35 to Thorndale. Eden's 29 minutes, Lake Hook to Montrose, outbound 21. The Kennedy is 27 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, outbound 41 minutes. Still have delays on westbound 190 as well. Stevenson, 43 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Ryan is 25 minutes, 95th to downtown. Eastbound Adams Tollway, stop and go Barrington Road to Gulf Road. Traffic service of UPSjobs.com. UPS is now seeking seasonal driver helpers throughout Chicagoland. Driver helpers work right in their own neighborhoods and get picked up every day by the package driver. No driver's license required. Apply now at upsjobs.com/radio. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Patchy morning fog, otherwise clouds and sunshine, high 45. That fog will last until at least noontime, according to our forecast. Then partly cloudy overnight, low 34. 30 right now at O'Hare. Next news at 7. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by DrDuzey.com, where you can take control of your health destiny. For more information, visit DrDuzey.com.
Your money. Find out how to keep more of it and live debt-free. Tonight on The Dave Ramsey Show, starting at 7 on AM 560. The Answer.
Dan and Amy, and as School District 211 in Palatine turns, this is quite the saga.
Yeah, it is a soap opera script a little bit.
We talked to Vicki Wilson. She's one of the organizers of this group, Parents for Privacy in School District 211. We talked to her on Friday, and all these parents have come together to say that we don't, and this has to be said in this day and age, it's just stunning, that we don't think boys should be in the girls' locker room. That's the sum total of it. We want to protect our girls. But the Office of Civil Rights, Department of Education, they have declared war on women, to borrow a phrase. And there was this agreement that was forged. Now, Parents for Privacy didn't support the agreement, but the agreement was going to, I don't know. You almost need like a diorama. Yeah, there's curtained areas in the locker room, so the boy who feels like a girl can go into the girls' locker room anytime he wants. But there's a curtained area where he can change, and there's curtained areas where girls who are uncomfortable changing in front of a boy can change. And
he can shower too. There's a shower in there for Shim.
Okay.
As well.
And so
that sounds really disrespectful. I'm sorry. There's a shower in there for that person.
For him. And so, as long as he has a Y chromosome, he's a boy. I hate to break it to everybody, but so this was a deal that was struck. So the school district didn't lose Title IX funds, some $6 million in federal funds. The school district is set to receive from the federal government, which is a whole other conversation, and ratified by the board, the Palatine School District 211 board, by a 5-2 vote, and yet now there seems to be a full reverse because of some statements that the federal government has made about this deal, whereas the school district wanted to limit this agreement to just the student in question who's currently at Palatine High School.
So that when he graduated, then it would go away?
Null and void, right.
All right.
So, but the federal government, here's a real shocker, the federal government is using this in the sense of a precedent-setting agreement so that it would apply to all students on a go-forward basis who feel like a girl or feel like a boy and use the locker rooms with.
Well, then not to be gender biased, they need to have the same situation in the men's locker room if a girl feels like she's really a boy.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So it opens.
Right, so it opens the floodgates.
Yeah, precisely.
And then Fremd High School have to have it because they're in District 211, and then other schools.
Sure. Well, sure. Right, because you set a precedent. That's what the federal government wants. How dumb, frankly, could those 5 members of the Palatine board and the superintendent be? How are they so naive they don't understand how the federal government works? Are they paying attention to anything that's going on in this culture today? They thought they could limit it to this individual case. You have the ACLU involved. You have the federal government with an agenda. They're imposing a consultant that the school district has to pay for who's schooled in transgenderism. So you know where that's coming from. There's another layer
have to have a PhD,
of agenda.
Right? PhD in transgenderism.
Yeah, they're not hiring Paul McHugh, the former head of psychiatry for Johns Hopkins. I'll tell you that. So now the board is saying, well, we're going to re-vote on Monday night unless the federal government clarifies their position consistent with our interpretation of what we agreed to. Maybe there shouldn't have been such an agreement in the first place. Maybe we should have some adults in charge of these school districts. I don't know. Let's ask Vicki Wilson, the head or one of the organizers of Parents for Privacy, as I described. Vicki, thanks for joining us again.
Thanks again for having me.
So have we properly characterized where this stands in advance of this 7:30 meeting at Conant tonight?
Yes. The only thing I wanted to correct was it's not Palatine High School.
Oh, it's not.
They officially haven't said which high school. There are 5 in District 211, but we all know it's Fremd.
Oh, it's Fremd. Okay.
Yep.
All right. I stand corrected. Thank you for that.
So do I. Sorry about that.
I've read in the Daily Herald and other outlets what Superintendent Cates is saying.
Right.
So what's your sense of where the school board is now? Do you think that this is all just kind of pretending to have been snookered by the federal government because of the pressure they're receiving, or are they as naive as they appear to be?
That's a really great question. Looking at the agreement, I'm no attorney, but even I see that the language here is pretty unclear at the best and at worst. It doesn't say that the student is required to change behind the privacy curtain. It doesn't say that at all. It says that based on the student's representation, that the student will change in privacy behind the privacy curtain. We will give the student access to the locker room. Well, why would they agree to that? That's not saying that the student is required. So it's really confusing.
I was reading reports that the student in question, the boy who feels like he's a girl, that he wasn't pleased with this, that he doesn't want to have a separate area. He wants to be included in the normal area of the locker room.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what the student wants, but what I do know, because people are very confused about what's going on because they're hearing so much different stuff, the press releases from the district, the media reports. So basically there's 3 camps. There's the Federal Office of Civil Rights camp, which wants full unrestricted access to the bathrooms and locker rooms, period. That's what they want. To the girls' bathrooms and girls' locker rooms for a student with male anatomy. That's Camp 1. Camp 2 is where Superintendent Cates and where, as of last Wednesday anyway, 5 of the board members were, which is to continue with the full unrestricted access to the bathrooms, which was granted over 2 years ago behind closed doors with no parental notification. And they also then last Wednesday granted access to the girls' locker room, saying the privacy curtain must be used, which there are numerous problems with that. And then our camp is number 3, which is just a common sense, reasonable policy that separates bathrooms and locker rooms by anatomy, period. And if a student's not comfortable and puts in a special request, then a private changing station is offered. And same thing with the bathrooms. And
in the Camp 3, your camp, the position then would have to include, if that costs the school district $6 million, then it does, because it's the safety and respect of our children is more, and dignity of our children is more important.
That's what some of the people in the community are saying. They're like, we don't care, we will pay more. My feeling, being a fiscal conservative, is we need to fight tooth and nail so they don't take away this funding that is ours, that is the people who are special needs and low income. They need those funds. And we don't believe it will come to that, because when the federal government has been challenged in the court on this ridiculous attempt to rewrite Title IX, without going through Congress, they are either currently losing on appeal or have already lost.
So you want the school district to pursue legal recourse as far as is needed, and why? What do the 5 board members who voted for this deal and the superintendent who supported this deal? What do they say to that? Why not just use the legal remedies or the legal avenues for remedy that are available to us and fight this rather than capitulate to something that doesn't make sense?
Right. We want them to not settle. We want them to go to court. I think Superintendent Cates thinks that he struck a compromise, and he doesn't realize that there is no compromise here. As we can see, it blew up right away. The federal government doesn't want a compromise. They want full access for this student, and for all, not just this student. They want full access for all the students everywhere in the whole country to have mixed anatomy in our bathrooms and locker rooms.
Well, what about the girls who don't want him in there? Don't they have any rights?
I think have constitutional rights. They have constitutional rights, absolutely.
Because I've been to Friends' locker room, I played volleyball and basketball. I've been in that locker room several times. I can't picture where that area would be where they would have a private area for him. Have you been able to see it yourself?
Well, no, I haven't been in there myself. Another mother did go into the school, I am told, last week and asked the principal to see the locker room, and he said no, it's not open to the public.
It's not open to the public that finances it.
Visiting teams, you can go
I thought
there.
They were our schools. I don't know.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. This is Plato's Republic. You have no rights. They're their children.
Wow.
So this is fascinating in terms of the response to this point, and but again, I know you say they struck the deal with the federal government. But
they thought they did.
Or they thought they did, and however naively. But what is the response to why not pursue legal recourse? Why not go down that path? Because I assume they're hearing from lots of parents in district that don't want their daughters put in this sort of situation. And I want to make clear too, this isn't about this one individual.
Correct.
Oh no, nobody. I don't want to pile on this kid. He obviously has issues. Nobody wants to see anybody treated badly. But I mean, the idea that not separating boys from girls at the high school level in the locker room is treating anyone badly is just mind blowing.
Right. The school district has bent over backwards, provided numerous accommodations. So educationally and extracurricular-wise, this student has every opportunity, probably more than the other students in District 211. The only place they said no was in the girls' locker room. So why they capitulated last Wednesday is a great question. They had 2 hours worth of people asking them not to, including an attorney who spoke for 9 minutes, Attorney Peter Breen. How they could come back with that decision after hearing all that is beyond me.
And does this boy who feels like a girl, does he get to play girls' sports in high school?
Yes, he's on the girls' gymnastics team and the cross-country team.
All right.
I mean, the meeting tonight, my head. You're making my head hurt, Vicki.
Sorry.
Sorry.
James Conant High School. James B. Conant. Let's get the the man
Well, we
he's
say
named
Conant,
after.
but yeah.
Oh,
Conant.
Conant. Yeah, of
Yes.
course, Conant. I
That's,
went to Catholic
You
school.
weren't in our district.
I didn't have
You
to.
were in the Mid-Suburban League.
I didn't have to mix with the likes of you, Northwest Suburban
Yes,
Publix.
please.
The meeting tonight, Conant High School in Hoffman Estates at 7:30. If you want to show up and you're a concerned parent or just a member of the community, a taxpayer,
Gymnast.
an American, a gymnast, a cross-country runner, holy cow. 7:30 tonight, Conant High School in Hoffman Estates. If you want to have your say with respect to School District 211 and what the Board of Education is going to do in this case, Vicki Wilson, one of the organizers of Parents for Privacy in Palatine School District 211. Thanks again for joining us. Good luck tonight.
Thank you so much.
And she joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
They have a guys' gymnastics team, and Frem's gymnastics team is pretty good.
I'd like to see his uniform.
Oh, my. Wow. You know what? I'll get a yearbook for you.
Carrie
Forecast.
Struggy's not.
Yeah, fog advisory in effect for this morning. Otherwise, mostly sunny skies, a high of 45 degrees, extremely mild for this time of year. And it's even warmer tomorrow, partly sunny skies, a high of 50. Travel times, here's Jim Telemonte.
Amy and Dan, Metro trains are stopped still on the Milwaukee West Line. There's been a pedestrian incident, the River Grove area. Eden's inbound, 35 minutes. Lake Hook to Montrose, outbound 24. The Kennedy, 32 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 48. The Eisenhower, much improved, about 52 minutes. Thorndale to downtown, outbound 46. Stevenson now 57 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Ryan 25 minutes, 95th to downtown. Eastbound Adams Tollway, it's slow, 59 to Meacham Road, a big delay. We see delays on the northbound Veterans Memorial from 63rd to Maple. There's a crash there in the right lane. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com, Traffic Center.
Now it's time for the Lou Dobbs Financial Report, brought to you by the Mutual Fund Store.
I'm Lou Dobbs. Corporate developments and Chinese trade driving forces in the market today. We're watching crude oil near a 3-month low. Those stories next.
My family was devastated when my father lost over $1 million in the crash of 2008. Hi, my name is Ethan Kapp, and this crash devastated my family. 40 years of work and retirement dreams were dashed in less than 1 year. And to make matters worse, Dad had already retired. I was determined to find a better way, and luckily after 5 long years of research I did. I don't want your family to suffer through the next crash like we did. So today I'm giving you a free copy of my best-selling book, Wealth Beyond Wall Street. I reveal the strategies I discovered where the wealthy grow their money safer than the stock market, get good rates of return, and get tax-free cash flow in retirement. If you're concerned about losing your hard-earned wealth in the next stock market crash, then call Wealth Beyond Wall Street now at 1-800-920-8484 to talk with the specialist and get a free copy of my Inc. magazine best-selling book. You'll discover how you can grow your money safer than the market and create tax-free retirement cash to protect yourself from taxes and crashes. The next 57 callers get free shipping and handling. Call 1-800-920-8484. 1-800-920-8484. Again, 1-800-920-8484.
Wall Street investors hope to pick up the rally where they left off Friday. Strong November job growth leading to the market's best day in almost 3 months. No major reports due out today on the economy, so look for corporate developments and the latest report on Chinese trade to influence investor action on Wall Street. Chipotle slashing its sales guidance because of the E. coli outbreak at restaurants located in now 9 different states. We're also watching for volatility in the currency and energy markets, the dollar coming off its worst week against the euro since May. And crude oil prices begin this week near $40 a barrel. The crude oil market falling 4% last week. That after OPEC decided to maintain production targets despite the glutted global crude market. Please join me for Lou Dobbs tonight, 7 and 11 Eastern on the Fox Business Network. This is the Lou Dobbs Financial Report.
My brother Chris is allergic to talking about retirement. Bring up his future and you'll get glazed eyes and awkward answers. Don't believe me? Let's try it. Chris, when will you retire?
Ha! You darn right I like nachos.
See what I mean? Chris, do you have a retirement account?
It's gotta be the right kind of cheese.
One last time. Are you ever going to retire?
And don't forget jalapenos. I love jalapenos.
Good for you, buddy.
Avoiding the retirement conversation? At the Mutual Fund Store, we get it, and our advisors are here to help. Whether you're storing 401k statements in a shoebox, can't tell a traditional from a Roth IRA, or include piggy bank as one of your retirement accounts, there are no judgments here. We'll simply sit down with you one-on-one, talk about where you're at, and help you put a plan in place to get you where you want to be tomorrow. Let's get the conversation started today with a free consultation.
Hi, I'm Steve Check with the Mutual Fund Store in Chicagoland. Call me at 888-498-3636 or visit mutualfundstore.com and let's talk about your financial goals today.
Lately, it seems you're not feeling quite right, as if your body is working against you. Dr. Amy and Associates can help create a path to achieve optimal health. Experience personalized health care for your mind, body, and spirit at a practice that blends holistic and traditional medicine.
Hi, I'm Dr. Amy Harris-Nuon of Dr. Amy and Associates. As an integrative health and wellness center, we take a team approach to your health care, so we welcome the opportunity to work collaboratively with your current health care provider. We're different from today's typical standard of care because our focus emphasizes understanding the root cause of your health problem, not just treating the symptoms. It's a personalized approach that explores a wide range of proven treatments and one that's focused on helping you achieve your health and wellness goals so you can achieve a full, happy, and satisfying life.
Call Dr. Amy and Associates to experience a whole-person integrative approach to health and wellness. 630-980-1400 or visit DrAmyAndAssociates.com. Dr. Amy and Associates, empowering people, changing lives.
AM 560, The Answer.
'Tis the time of year for giving, and we'd like to help you for helping us. We're talking about the Business Benefactor Program. We've teamed up with Feed the Children once again to feed the needy this time of year. And our Business Benefactor Program works like this. Any business that makes a $2,500 tax-deductible donation to Feed the Children will receive 40 60-second commercials that will air prime time right here on AM 560, The Answer. You're going to want to be involved with this program. Commercials are so valuable. This station is growing. Our show is bigger and better than ever. And you're going to want to be here to advertise in 2016. Everyone's going to be talking about the election, and we're the only station in town talking politics all day, every day. So to get involved in this program, call sales manager Michael Mann directly at 847-871-1527. That's 847-871-1527. Slots are filling up quickly, so do it today. 847-871-1527.
My name is David Hochberg, and I'm Vice President of Lending at Pearl Mortgage. That's right. I'm now Vice President of Lending at Pearl Mortgage. If you're looking to purchase a new home or refinance your existing home, give me a call. I'm the same guy that's provided listeners with honest advice and outstanding customer service for the past 13 years. The only thing that's changed is where I work. When you wanted to do an FHA Streamline refinance to lower your interest rate and payment, you called me and I helped you. When you wanted to refinance your 11% loan, you called me and I helped you. When you wanted to use your retirement assets to do an asset depletion loan, you called me and I helped you. If you'd like to talk to me about a mortgage, please call me at 312-751-1333. 312-751-1333. Email me at david@pearldavid.com. That's david@PERLDavid.com. Or visit my website, am560david.com. Pearl Mortgage is an equal housing lender, Illinois residential mortgage licensee, 4358, licensed by DBO under California RMLA and MLS 19186. PearlMortgage.com licensing.
That's right. You've won a lifetime supply of chronic pain. You'll wake up every day feeling like garbage and forever lead a life of misery.
For most everyone, chronic disease is no game. And fortunately, you don't have to play that game anymore.
All over the country, people are waking up with physical ailments or chronic diseases that keep them from living the life that they want to live. From thyroid issues, diabetes, even stress, they turn to a standard medical doctor to receive medication or await a miracle cure to try and correct their issues. I'm Dr. Wally Doozy. Did you know that 75% of chronic diseases that affect Americans are a result of poor lifestyle choices? By focusing on lifestyle, we can address your specific issues. Nutrition is the key to restoring your wellness.
Enjoy a seminar and gourmet dinner Wednesdays with Dr. Doozy's Wellness Group. Call 847-367-4900 to book your seat or visit drdoozy.com. That's DRDUZEY.com.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer,
Bill Roggio from the Foundation for the Defense of Democracies joins us at 7:07 to review the King's Speech.
But first, let's go back into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, Chicago Police Review Board leader has resigned. Mayor's office made that announcement overnight. The Justice Department is looking into the CPD, according to a report. The Laquan McDonald protesters are calling for a special prosecutor in that case. Prison officials this morning say 2 inmates, one with Cook County ties, have escaped from a southern Illinois prison. An elderly man dies after a hit-and-run accident. And the 49ers beat the Bears in OT. Robbie Gould holding his head in shame. Patchy fog this morning. WIND Chicago News Time, 7 o'clock.
Fox News Radio, I'm Lisa Brady. The president trying to reassure the American people after the terror attack in San Bernardino.
So far, we have no evidence that the killers were directed by a terrorist organization overseas or that they were part of a broader conspiracy here at home.
He says an extremist ideology has spread in some Muslim communities.
There's a real problem. that Muslims must confront without excuse.
But he urges against a war on Islam, using last night's Oval Office address to reiterate a push for gun control and defend the current ISIS strategy.
The reality of it is we continue to conduct very limited air assaults, and you can't just defeat them from an air perspective.
Senator Marco Rubio, among the Republican presidential hopefuls, dismissing the president's remarks as nothing new. The search for more answers continues in San Bernardino, where Fox News Radio's Jeff Manasso is live.
Lisa, the FBI stormed the Riverside, California home of an old friend of Saeed Farook, who we know bought the assault weapons the terror couple used in Wednesday's attack, though officials don't believe the friend played an active role or supports terrorism. And Farook's father is also speaking, telling reporters that his son was radicalized and obsessed with ISIS and Israel. As the investigation widens both here and abroad, looking at terror connections and a money trail, a makeshift memorial continues to grow here near the Inland Regional Center, honoring the 14 killed and 21 injured. Another vigil is set for tonight, and the FBI is also planning another update for us later today. Lisa.
Thanks, Jeff. The Chicago Police Department may soon be under federal investigation. Fox Radio's Rachel Sutherland with this live.
The Justice Department will reportedly launch an investigation into the patterns and practices of the Chicago PD after recent protests over a video showing a white police officer shooting a black teenager 16 times. The AP reports the Civil Rights Probe would follow similar investigations in Baltimore and Ferguson. Chicago police under intense scrutiny over last year's death of Laquan McDonald. Lisa.
Thanks, Rachel. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Cloudy and 30 degrees with freezing fog and low visibilities this morning on the roads. 7:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. Chicago Mayor Rahm Emanuel's office says the head of the city's police review board has resigned and will be replaced with a former federal prosecutor, a move that comes amid protest over the fatal shooting of a black 17-year-old by a white police officer. The mayor's office says that Sunday night, Scott Ando, the chief administrator of the Independent Police Review Authority, had resigned, effective immediately. The statement says in his place, Sharon Fairley, the general counsel and first deputy of the city's Office of Inspector General, will take over. Chicago Police Department's interim superintendent is warning officers they face discipline if they don't make sure video and audio of their squad car dashboard cameras are working. The department was harshly criticized when it reported that audio was not functioning on the dash cam that recorded the October 2014 fatal shooting of Laquan McDonald by Officer Jason Van Dyke. The Reverend Jesse Jackson and others led a march through downtown Chicago yesterday. The march in response to those newly released police reports about last year's shooting of Laquan McDonald. Rainbow Push is promising more protests downtown. Two missing New York college students have been found safe. Police say they were abducted and held hostage. Rochester police say a SWAT team rescued the two University of Rochester students Sunday night. The two last seen around 2 a.m. Saturday near the school. Police say the college seniors are from the Chicago area and have been forcibly abducted and held against their will. One had been shot and is recovering from that gunshot wound. Chicago sports. 49ers over the Bears, 26-20 in OT as Bears kicker Robbie Gould misses a game-winning field goal as time expires in regulation. On the ice, Blackhawks over Winnipeg, 3-1. No need to do any Monday morning quarterbacking about the college football playoffs. Selection Sunday, quite a snoozer as Clemson takes on Oklahoma and Alabama gets Michigan State. The news, a service of the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation. Someone you know is suffering from Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis. Help someone you know and support the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation of America at ccfa.org. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
No one ever imagines facing Alzheimer's or other forms of dementia and needing full-time care, but it happens. And deciding on the right residential care for mom or dad can be a monumental task. There is a memory care community that focuses on helping your parent or loved one with dementia light up and live life to the fullest, making them feel like family. Autumn Leaves memory care communities see past the diagnosis to the person you know, that your dad was a fantastic cook or that your mom loved to dance. A person who deserves so much more than being just an Alzheimer's patients. Whether it's through yoga and music therapy or simply by cooking them their favorite meal, Autumn Leaves strives to stimulate their minds and bodies to respect and nurture the person you care so much about. See for yourself the difference Autumn Leaves communities can mean for your family. Autumn Leaves, dedicated solely to the unique needs of memory care patients.
Autumn Leaves has 10 locations in the Chicagoland area offering day-stay respite and assisted living programs. Call 888-662-8886 or visit autumnleaves.com.
Offer not valid in all states or where prohibited by law. See website for details. Need some extra cash today? Do you have bad credit or maxed out credit cards? If so, turn your radio up. 67cash.com is one of the nation's largest personal loan networks with over 50 different lenders. Now you can get a personal loan from $500 to $5,000 with no traditional credit check, discreetly from your computer or smartphone, and with no paperwork to send in. That's right, no paperwork whatsoever. Your cash will hit your bank account as soon as tomorrow. And with millions of dollars to lend, our lenders will not perform a traditional credit check. Visit 67cash.com and you can have $500 to $5,000 in no time. Just have a checking account and a regular source of income, and you could get the loan you need now, regardless of your credit. Go to 67cash.com from your smartphone or computer to get the cash you need. Visit 67cash.com. Type www.67cash.com directly into the address bar. That's 67cash.com. 67cash.com.
7:06 in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. A couple of tracks have opened now on Metra's Milwaukee West line near River Grove after a pedestrian incident. There are still heavy delays on that line. Edens Expressway inbound delays start at Dempster. 35 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose outbound 24. To Kennedy is 38 minutes. O'Hare to downtown outbound 52. Inbound Eisenhower, 55 minutes. Thorndale to the Loop, 40 from Manheim. Outbound 50 to Thorndale. The Stevenson is an hour from 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 42 minutes. Ryan, 25 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State delays, 95th to 87th from the Stevenson most of the way to 31st. And from the Reagan Tollway to 290. Eastbound Adams Tollway, slow 59 to Meacham. And from the Des Plaines Oasis to Lee. Reagan Tollway, slow Yackley to 355 and Roosevelt to the Tri-State. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solution provider. Patchy, heavy morning fog. Clouds and sun in the afternoon, high 45. 30 at O'Hare, 34 along the lakefront. Next news at 7:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
Dense fog advisory until noon.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Real Estate Revealed with Randy Barcella. Heard each and every Sunday at 8 a.m. on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning. Welcome to your Monday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
So this was an act of terrorism designed to kill innocent people.
So we're not winning that battle yet.
Well, we're not winning, but it's too soon to say that we are doing everything we need to do, and I've outlined very clearly.
This idea of tracking Muslims in America, that's the thing. Where are you on that?
You have people that have to be tracked. If they're Muslims, they're Muslims. But you have people that have to be tracked. And we better be, I use the word vigilance. We have to show vigilance.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. So we had the Queen interviewed by George Stephanopoulos, Clinton Foundation donor 0 in the morning, and then we had the King's speech in the evening. Sounded very similar. Let's listen to a little bit of it just to get a sense of, where they're coming from.
Here's what else we cannot do. We cannot turn against one another by letting this fight be defined as a war between America and Islam. That, too, is what groups like ISIL want.
That's what groups like ISIL are doing. They're the ones defining it as such.
Is that what they want? It's their game plan.
So we need to make them stop doing it by not... everything that we do somehow is a recruitment tool from the terrorists. My assessment of this, I look at Obama as like the cry bully in chief, thinking on kind of the campus politics. And I don't think he's really ever evolved from campus politics, frankly. So I think what he did is leading from behind was a trigger warning to create a safe space to achieve peace through surrender. That's I think the Obama policy. I mean, he didn't lay it out quite in those terms last night, but I did come away from his speech confused as to which is the greater threat. Is it radical Islamic terrorism or is it Islamophobia? I'm not sure because frankly, he spent
but he said
about the same amount of time on each.
Islamophobia encourages ISIS. It's a recruiting tool that they use.
And here's what Hillary said with Stephanopoulos, right? The left's everyday people's champ.
What's the problem with radical Islam?
Well, the problem is that sounds like we are declaring war against a religion. And that, to me, is number one, wrong.
Even though the qualifier radical is there?
No, because, look, you know enough about religion. You've studied it. And there are radicals, people who believe all kinds of things in every religion in the world. I don't want to do that.
That makes no sense, starting with the assertion that George Stephanopoulos has studied world religions and knows enough about it. I don't think that's true either. It is bizarre. Here's what someone who may be a little bit closer to the fight and a little bit more honest had to say. Mike Morrell, who is the former deputy director of the CIA, including under President Obama, said over the weekend that ISIS is on a roll. In the last 5 weeks, to put it in baseball terms, which I don't like, but he did it anyway, they've hit for the cycle. They had a major attack that they conceived and directed in Raqqa, that's Paris. They've had an attack that one of their affiliates has done, that's the Russian airliner in the Sinai Peninsula. And they've had an inspired attack here in the homeland, that's San Bernardino. ISIS is on a roll. The president also said in his speech yesterday that he deals with this threat every day, confronts it every day through the intelligence estimates that he receives. And yet there's stories about the president ignoring the intelligence estimates. There's there's an investigation going on into whether or not the White House and some at the State Department were cooking those intelligence estimates to make it sound like things were going better against ISIS than they really were. This is quite a mess, and the president seems to me just double down on what he's doing in his speech yesterday. But for more insight into these and other matters, we're now joined by our friend Bill Roggio. He is the editor of the Foundation for Defense of Democracy's The Long War Journal. Bill, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Oh, thanks for having me on, Dan and Amy, and thanks for making such a serious topic a little humorous.
Yeah, well, I mean, laugh to keep from crying, but there is a lot of things the president said, both in terms of the kind of the two parts of the speech, what we're doing now and what we should be doing. Why don't we start with what we're doing? One of the things that I find most offensive about what the president said yesterday is the second thing that we're doing, which is the training and equipment we're providing to Iraqi and Syrian forces fighting ISIS. And he mentioned including deploying special ops soldiers to the region. That was supposed to be a sign of his seriousness. And I mentioned this earlier in the show. I was at a dinner with Michael Vickers, the former Undersecretary of Intelligence in the Defense Department. And he said what kind of was my visceral response when the president first announced 250 special forces to the theater. 250 special forces are going to not move the needle an inch. They just can't. That's not enough manpower. And so it seems to me that those 250 men and women are nothing more than political symbolism. And how dare he put the lives of 250 of our best and brightest soldiers on the line to make a political statement?
I couldn't agree more. I believe that what is happening is we're seeing an incrementalism that is designed to show that we're doing something, and all it does is endanger U.S. troops. Look, the equipment that's being sent to Iraq, for instance, this is being funneled to Shia militia groups who are loyal to Iran. Many of these groups are responsible for killing hundreds of American soldiers when U.S. troops were based in Iraq. The administration looks the other way while this equipment and actually praises them at times. Brett McGurk, who's the special representative for the coalition with the Islamic State, has praised them on his Twitter feed and in public statements. Some of these groups are especially designated, foreign terrorist organizations, and their leaders are especially designated global terrorists. That means it's illegal for the U.S. to actually operate with them or to deal with them in any manner. But we just claim that it's going to the Iraqi government. It's quite maddening to watch what's happening here. And if I may, I'd like to point to, President Obama actually, he's right that this isn't a war with Islam, but he needs to take a step back and say, you know what, though, this is a war within Islam, and it's a war that, if that's the message that was sent, that it's a war within Islam, and that, we need to help those who want to fight this radical sect of Islam, that's something that the American public could stomach. But by doing what he says, saying what he says, he actually makes the Islamophobia argument, and basically puts the blame on us by saying those who recognize this as a threat of Islamic terrorism, we're actually fueling the fire. Yes, the Islamic State does want to divide us, does want to create fissures. Al-Qaeda, the same thing. That's what a lot of these terrorist attacks are designed to do. But we can't ignore the fact that there is a religious aspect to this war. It just cannot be ignored.
Yeah, he seemed to focus on the guns more than focusing on the radical Islamists. But did he clarify his plan at all to fight ISIS?
No, absolutely not. We were going to do more of the same. We're not going to put troops on the ground. And just trust what I'm doing. I mean, that's it. I'd like it,
Well, and also, too, wasn't it a bit of a straw man argument, which he loves to make? He basically said, we don't want to do a land war and occupy these regions or regions that used to be nations, for another decade. Well, who's saying we should do that? No one.
It is a bit of a straw man argument. And I don't think even those who are calling for an increase in forces over there aren't calling for a full-fledged occupation. Or should I say most of those are not calling for that. Not anyone that's serious about this. He wants to talk about, pairing up with local allies. So in Iraq, that means we're pairing up with Iranian proxies, basically. In Syria, that means we're dealing either with groups like the YPG, which is a front for the PKK, which is a specially designated global terrorist organization, or with groups like Ahrar al-Sham, which is a stalking horse for al-Qaeda, or, supposed Free Syrian Army groups that are said to be moderate, but work with the al-Nusra Front, which is al-Qaeda's official branch there. Who are we going to work with? Assad? I mean, who are we going to work with in some of these areas that are good actors? The fact is as we're supporting the Iranian militias in Iraq, for instance, all that does is make more Iraqis and more Sunnis question whether we're serious about this. They say, wait, why is the United States doing this? And it turns people against us because we are so disengaged.
Well, where do you think it's going to go from here?
I don't see anything good happening. Look, what we have now is proliferation of the Middle East, and particularly Iraq and Syria, have just become an engine for jihad. On one side, you have the Iranian side. On the other side, you have the Al-Qaeda, Islamic State, jihadist side. And this fighting merely fuels radicalism.
Well, wait a second. Wait a second. President Obama said that one of the four things they're doing, where he's working with the international community, favorite phrase, to achieve a ceasefire in Syria.
Yeah, that's great.
And that will allow all of these countries, our allies, and some of even our non-allies like Russia, to return focus to ISIS. What about that?
It's pure fantasy. Who are they going to ceasefire? Who is agreeing to the ceasefire? Jihadists? Is the Islamic State? Is the al-Nusra Front? Is the Ahrar al-Sham? I mean, it's pure fantasy. I mean, this is just political theater. The American public should not be fooled by statements such as that. It is nobody wants matters on the ground in Syria wants a ceasefire. This is just diplomatic talk that is intended to allay people's fears.
One of the things he mentioned in terms of what we should do next, in addition to banning guns, is Congress to vote to authorize the use of force. This was a topic of conversation between Stephanopoulos and Hillary Clinton, too, a formal declaration of war or a renewal of the authorization for use of force to provide the necessary resources. Is this just more political theater? Is there some substance behind that specific part of what he said?
I think that's just finger pointing at Congress. I mean, what good is a declaration for the authorization of use of force or a declaration of war going to do if you're not willing to actually commit meaningful force to the battlefield? So we're going to commit a declaration of war or reenact the authorization of use of military force to do what we're currently doing. What good is that?
Hey, Bill, who do you think talked President Obama into delivering the Oval Office address? I mean, it's his first in 5 years, third time ever in his presidency. What happened?
Yeah, that one may be over my pay grade there. I'm not certain, but I do think the administration just in general felt a lot of pressure after San Bernardino, the attacks there, the links to the, so far merging links to the Islamic State. And there's just been a lot of criticism from him in the media, particularly on his policy. So, I can't say which political animal in the White House decided it, but I have a feeling they just, they felt that they had to interrupt Sunday Night Football in order to get that speech across because the pressure just must have been too great.
So I don't want to get
perceived to be.
I don't want to get ahead of the facts, but is it safe to say now that ISIS is not contained and that the ISIS radical Islamic terrorists did not feel powerfully rebuked by President Obama attending that conference in Paris?
I think that's quite right. Think about it. I mean, Obama's touting a 65-nation coalition, and yet the administration has claimed and military officials have claimed the group has no more, at one point, 10,000. Now it has no more than 30,000 fighters in Iraq and Syria. So 65 nations can't get together and defeat this, or maybe they're misestimating it. And, it's quite laughable when, they say that we're committed to this. Well, 65 nations, again, think about it. 65 nations have gotten together and basically have done nothing for the year and a half because the Islamic State hasn't lost ground like he claims. It's gained ground in some areas and lost ground in others. It's on the margins. So the group is just growing across the country. In the meantime, Al-Qaeda remains a threat too. And the administration wants to maintain that Al-Qaeda has been defeated, and it's anything but.
Bill Roggio, he is the editor of the Foundation for Defense of Democracy's The Long War Journal. Bill, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
A pleasure. Thanks for having me on, Dan and Amy.
And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
Hear about the big stories of the day and talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Forecast for today, we're going to have morning fog. Otherwise, mostly sunny skies, a few high clouds. Pleasant, a high of 45 degrees. Tomorrow, even better, a high of 50. And later on in the week, we could hit 60 degrees. But for now, let's get the travel times. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. Metro has big delays on the Milwaukee West line after a pedestrian incident near River Grove. Trains are moving again, but with heavy delays. Delays in Long Grove on Lake Cook at 53 with traffic signal issues. Eden's 31 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose outbound 24. The Kennedy now 40 minutes. O'Hare to downtown outbound 52. The Eisenhower 55 minutes. Thorndale to downtown outbound 43. Stevenson an hour 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive outbound 42 minutes. Ryan is 30 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State, scattered delays from Harlem to 31st, then at 290. Adams Tollway, very slow. Barrington Road to Meacham, and the Des Plaines Oasis to Lee. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com, Traffic Center.
If you have a home to sell that lists between $250,000 and $500,000, Saul Z and the Z team have buyers lined up and ready to pay top dollar so you don't leave money on the table. Saul and his team are so confident that if 29 days pass without a sale, Saul will buy your home or help you rent it. And working with Saul won't obligate you to anything because if you aren't happy, you just cancel the contract. He can offer that because Saul spends thousands of dollars every month to create demand so you get top dollar. For example, Richard from Addison listed his home with another agent who couldn't sell it. He heard about Saul Z and the Z team's advanced marketing strategy from Sean Hannity and yours truly, who listed it for $265,000 and sold it quickly for $14,000 over the asking price. Make Saul Z your first call. Recently, the Wall Street Journal ranked Saul number 106 of over 1.2 million agents. I know I'll be calling Saul when I'm ready to sell my well-appointed condo or buy a new home. Go to Call Saul, that's callsaul.net, to get your home sold fast at a great price. Don't leave money on the table. You can also call Saul directly at 888-346-0666. That's 888-346-0666. Or visit him online at callsaul.net and start packing.
Having a great smile to show off makes you feel good. There's no embarrassment associated with being able to flash your pearly whites whenever you want. If you'd like to feel that comfort and confidence with your smile, there's only one person who can help you. Dr. Neruzzi of Fox River Periodontics.
This is Brian DeWolf. I have 2 implants from Fox River Periodontics. I had one. I was happy with it. So I had another one done, and I love them. The idea of dentures didn't appeal to me at all. I didn't want that appliance in my mouth. These implants are wonderful. They're just like your real teeth, and they're probably even better because there's no nerve attached to them, so there's no pain, and they last forever. Dr. Neruzzi is great, and his staff is wonderful, and I trust him completely. If you're looking for dental implants, or considering dental implants for a missing tooth or for a whole mouthful, talk to Dr. Neruzzi. He'll be happy you did, and Fox River Periodontics.
This is Dr. Neruzzi. I personally guarantee your happiness with your implants. Go to implantsforme.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
A little bit of breaking news. Anita Alvarez is going to be holding a news conference today to discuss the death of Ronald Johnson, and that tape should be released sometime this week. So getting ahead of it again, she's going to have the press conference and then release the tape because that's what happened in the Laquan McDonald case.
First question, do you think Rahm should resign?
Hey.
We'll get a little infighting going there. A little bit more infighting. A little bit more finger pointing. We don't have enough of that at City Hall between all these Chicago power-structured Dems right now.
Oh, it's just amazing. What also is amazing is our fundraiser with Feed the Children. Yes, we've teamed up with them once again this year. This is our 7th year in a row now to help raise money for those in need. 1 in 5 children go to sleep hungry every night, and we want to change that because hunger doesn't take a holiday. And why we like Feed the Children so much is what's raised here stays here. And our goal this year is to raise $18,000. What we're asking for is a one-time donation of $76. But if you can't do that, if 20 or 10 or 5 is all you can do, that's fine. Operators are standing by to take your order.
Or if you can do more than that, that's also fine.
Exactly.
Right.
Yes.
And I will let our listeners know, if they haven't heard, I fed, carry the 20 children, because that's $19 feeds 4 children, $76, 16 hungry children. $100 contribution today to feed 20 children because Amy cheated me out of it.
No, I did not. We made a friendly wager about the Iowa game, so I have $100 here in my left hand. I'm going to be calling Feed the Children after the show today and make a sizable donation on behalf of you in our wager and some money for me. 866-435-2248. 866-435-2248. Operators are standing by. It just takes a few minutes to help so many. Also, you can go to 560theanswer.com, search for the keyword feed.
So that's one way to do it. Another way to participate in this important program to help us reach our goal of feeding 18,000 children in and around Chicago this year, this holiday season, is to participate in our business benefactor program. This is for small, mid-sized business owners or anyone involved with marketing a business. The business benefactor program works like this. Any business that makes a $2,500 tax-deductible donation to Feed the Children will receive 40 60-second commercials that will run Monday through Friday, 5 a.m. to 8 p.m. on these airwaves, so prime broadcasting hours. So for a business that wants to get involved in the business benefactor program, take advantage of this little package we put together, call our little package. That's the sales manager, Michael Mann, who's lost a lot of weight.
He has.
I suggest he also try out to be the new Subway spokesman. There's an opening. I'm saying he's lost a lot of weight.
Yes, he has.
He would be a great Subway spokesman.
Yes.
Make a little bit of money for the family. That's all I'm saying.
But it's a great way to introduce your product to the masses. Small business owner, marketing for your company. Listen up. You want to be a part of this because slots are filling up quickly. Again, $2,500. All the money goes to Feed the Children. We will give you, as a way of saying thanks, because we're so gracious, 40 one-minute commercials. Call Michael Mann now at the number again, Dan?
847-871-1527, or you can just text the word feed to our turnkey.pro text line. That's 64636, and you'll be prompted to get involved.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
I love the product, and I highly recommend it to anybody.
Boy, oh boy, I feel terrific. Nothing compares with this. It's a great product. I love it. I haven't been sick since I've used it. A little bit more than a year, or just about a year now. Never the case before. I have noticed a remarkable difference.
I don't want to stop using it. It has really kicked into my system. I just believe in it. That's all I can say.
I feel more sustained. It's good. I'm not fatiguing as much.
Really making a difference in my life.
The quality of my sleep has improved exponentially.
They're just awesome.
When you can give your body a full variety of 31 different fruits and vegetables in their 100% natural, whole food form, you receive the unmatched balance of nutrition. Call toll-free 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com and be sure to enter promo code Chicago.
AM 560. The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, new information about the San Bernardino terrorists and who may have been helping them.
And one opinion writer, just understanding the left, compared the Jewish man murdered by the terrorists in San Bernardino to the terrorists. We'll have that at 7:37.
But first, let's go back into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, good morning. Good morning, everyone. President Obama says while there's no evidence the shooters in San Bernardino, California, were directed by a terror network overseas, the two of them, he admits, had gone down the dark path of radicalization.
Clear that the two of them had gone down the dark path of radicalization, embracing a perverted interpretation of Islam that calls for war against America and the West.
Republican presidential candidate Mike Huckabee this morning reacting to the president's Oval Office address.
He could not bring himself to recognize that we are at war with radical Islam. Not with Islam, but radical Islam, and we've got to start understanding that.
Huckabee on Fox and Friends this morning. Most employees with San Bernardino, California, are returning to work today, 5 days after a fellow employee opened fire on a holiday luncheon, killing 14, wounding 21. This morning, school administrators in Menominee, Wisconsin, have alerted parents that classes will be canceled Wednesday across that district because of a major threat. Authorities haven't provided details about that threat, but say it was found at Menominee High School. Classes will be held Monday and Tuesday, and school administrators will talk to students today about that threat. Menominee is tucked between Eau Claire and the Twin Cities in western Wisconsin. Chicago Mayor Rahm Emanuel's office says the head of the city's police review board has resigned and will be replaced with a former federal prosecutor. A mayoral press release says Scott Ando has stepped down effective immediately and will be replaced with Sharon Fairley. Meantime, the Justice Department, according to an Associated Press source, is expected to announce this week a civil rights investigation of the Chicago Police Department. Charges are pending against a Downers Grove man accused in a shooting last week at a Darien Walmart. Chicago police say they're looking for a light-colored SUV that was involved in a deadly hit and run on the northwest side. That accident happened Friday near Central and Lawrence. The 76-year-old victim was struck by the vehicle while crossing the street. That elderly man later died from those injuries. Chicago sports, 49ers over the Bears in OT, 26-20. NHL, Blackhawks over Winnipeg, 3-1. The news service of Jewel Osco. Get a fresh array of savings at Jewel Osco this week. Slice into USDA Choice Chuck Roast or Value Pack Steak, just $3.77 a pound, and get a sweet deal on California's sun-kissed oranges, 1 4-pound bag, just $1.99. 7:34 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
I think America is dying.
The Joe Walsh Show.
Everybody came here to be free. Everybody came here to strike it out on their own. Everybody wanted government to stay out of their hair. Everybody wanted to be free. Not today. We have way too many people in America who no longer want that America.
The Joe Walsh Show. Weeknights starting at 5. Right after Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
Listen to AM 560 on your mobile device. Now available on iHeartRadio. Online at iHeartRadio.com.
Hi, this is Shalom Klein of Get Down to Business, the show for small business, jobs, and entrepreneurship. Powered by Tandem HR.
So mom and dad, imagine that after saving for years to send your child to college, you discover that you did not save enough. Or perhaps you find out that your student did not make the best career decision before choosing their college or major. That's expensive in a couple of ways. Number one, as you might imagine, your student will need to take extra courses. Cha-ching! Or switch to a different college. Cha-ching, cha-ching! And two, for the student, it's emotionally expensive to not know what you plan to do with your life and why you're away at college in the first place. For the best outcome, Everett Wealth Solutions recommends getting advice from a fiduciary advisor with college funding knowledge. A fiduciary represents you, not a financial institution. They will get to know you and the complete financial picture of your life.
For more tips, advice, and stories of entrepreneurial successes, listen to Get Down to Business with me, Shalom Klein, heard Sunday evenings at 6. Your Business Minute of the Day is brought to you by Everett Wealth Solutions.
The most recent U.S. Supreme Court decision on the Affordable Care Act made one thing certain. We will all have to deal with this ever-changing law until at least 2017. If you're tired of calling a bureaucrat at an 800 number to help you navigate Obamacare, then you need a local expert on your side. That's right, your own health insurance mentor. C. Stephen Tucker from healthinsurancementors.com is someone I know and trust. He's a 20-year licensed broker who's been educating AM 560 listeners on the Affordable Care Act for the last 5 years.
Thanks, Dan. If you have a pre-existing condition, a canceled plan, or your premium increased, now's the time to get covered. 2016 open enrollment begins on November 1st and ends on January 31st. During this 90-day window, you cannot be denied coverage. Depending on your income, you may find a more affordable plan. The new healthcare law is very complicated and you do need guidance. It costs you nothing to use a broker, so why not tap into my expertise?
Thanks, Steve. How can our listeners get in touch with you?
They can visit healthinsurancementors.com or call me directly at 630-674-1551. That's 630-674-1551.
7:36. Let's get an update on the roads in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. The inbound Edens runs 26 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 24. The Kennedy, now 45 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 50. The Eisenhower's an hour from Thorndale to the post office. 46 minutes from Manheim, outbound 46 to Thorndale. Stevenson, 61 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 42. Ryan is 30 minutes, 95th to downtown. Lakeshore Drive delays southbound Montrose to North Avenue and northbound from the Stevenson to Jackson. Northbound Tri-State slow 95th most of the way to 47th. And from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue, eastbound Adams Tollway, stop and go Barrington to Beecham. And from the Des Plaines Oasis to Lee, Reagan Tollway. Farnsworth to Eola, 53 to Highland, Roosevelt to the Tri-State. Traffic is a service of Think It Up. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solution provider. Patchy morning fog, otherwise clouds and sun later in the day, high 45. Currently 30. Next news coming up at 8. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by the New American Funding Show, walking you through stress-free mortgage options. Sunday afternoons at 1 on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. So we're learning more about the two radical Islamic terrorists that murdered 14 and wounded 35 over the weekend, Amy. I mean, in terms of, could anybody see this coming? Pam Geller posted one of the friends of the two said, posted this to his Facebook page. The Islamic terrorist who took the life of my friend and brother in Christ, Nicholas Thalasinos, easy for me to say, had been threatening him, telling him that Islam will rule the world, Christians and Jews deserve to die, and that he was going to die, but they aren't reporting that in the news.
I wonder why not. I mean, his wife came forward moments after the shooting and said, my husband was targeted because he's Jewish.
I'm sure that he went down fighting and protecting people. He knew Saeed, he'd worked with him, and he never had anything bad to say about him. He believed in the Jewish tradition, and I feel that my husband was basically martyred. I'm wondering if maybe they did get into an argument because my husband was very outspoken.
Yeah.
And now he's being labeled as a conservative and somebody who deserved it, who had it coming because he was a conservative.
Yeah, I mean,
His rabbi was on with Sean Hannity and pretty much said that Sean Hannity, he loved you, he loved the conservative movement, and he does. People think he deserved it.
Yes, Mr. Thalisnos is being treated like this. This just so you understand the left's thinking. This is
and this is a true story, folks.
This is an op-ed writer for the New York Daily News named Linda Stasi. Maybe Stasi. That's why it's very Dickensian. She wrote, quote, "There were two hate-filled, bigoted municipal employees interacting in one department. Now 13 innocent people are dead in unspeakable carnage." She is equating Mr. Thalisnos, who was an advocate for Judaism and apparently engaged Farouk in conversation about religion. She is...
they worked together for 5 years.
Yes, she is suggesting that he is the same as the terrorist who opened fire and murdered and wounded all those people. That's what she's saying. This is the left.
That is ludicrous. That is the most disgusting piece of rhetoric I've ever seen written, and shame on them. And they owe an apology to his family.
The climate. We're always talking about the climate. I wonder what climate is allowing rhetoric like this to be seen as legitimate, publishable. I mean, I'm not for censorship. She can say whatever she wants in her column. The New York Daily News can print whatever they want. But boy, oh boy, who's blame America first? The victims are the perpetrators. We've brought this upon ourselves. Where is that kind of rhetoric coming from? That would equate a man who was murdered without any history of violence, as I'm aware of, and who apparently engaged in conversation about religion with one of the terrorists. Who would equate that with a terrorist? Well, Linda Stasi would. Here's something else. Farouk's dad, Syed Farouk, who lives in our fair country, he lives in Corona, California, with another son, said, quote, "My son said that he shared ISIS leader al-Baghdadi's ideology and supported the creation of the Islamic State." Here's the kicker. "I told him to stay calm and be patient because in 2 years, Israel will not exist anymore."
Oh, that's good fatherly advice. Please. Well, we have new information this morning about that couple. There's a new photo that shows them, Dan, entering the U.S. through O'Hare Airport. Brian Ross from ABC News got the photo exclusively, and it shows them coming to this country. He went through O'Hare to get to Saudi Arabia to pick her up. And we're also learning that this morning that her family members are saying, here's the reason why she may have done it, why she became a jihadist. She didn't like America. And she thought Americans, Dan, made fun of her because of her veil and didn't treat her properly.
Yeah.
Because of the way that she was dressed. And we're learning, too, that this bloodthirsty bride, apparently I think she's the one who radicalized him. Because right when they came back to the conference room, they were on opposite sides of the door of the conference room, and that he wouldn't fire. And she started firing first into people who were next to the Christmas tree and then gave him a nod like, come on, we're doing this. Let's do it.
Yeah, she also had posted extremist messages on Facebook long before the massacre. And in addition to that, as we're rounding out the family and those around them, we know that some neighbors were inhibited from doing the common sense thing when they saw strange things happening next door because they didn't want to be considered Islamophobes. I wonder where they get that shaming from. But I just mentioned the male shooter's father. I got to guard myself against using their names all the time. I apologize for that. Don't want to do that. The male terrorist father, we heard from him. Israel will not exist in 2 years. That was the way he was going to, tamp down the terrorist impulses of his son. The mom, active member of the Islamic Circle of North America, which is a Muslim organization that promotes the establishment of a caliphate and has ties to a radical Pakistani group called Jamaat al-Islami. I just want to get to this part here about this group. This group has not been named as a target in the ongoing investigation into the attack, but has been associated with many others who've engaged in terrorism or plotted to do so. Famed al-Qaeda recruiter Anwar al-Awlaki has spoken at the group's events. Al-Awlaki has spoken at ICNA events.
All right, so you have the mom involved in that group, the dad saying, oh, don't worry, Israel will be gone in a few years. And then you have his sister, Sarah, who went on ABC, CBS, NBC, and just acted so oblivious. I didn't know about any of this.
I want to say I'm sorry. I'm deeply saddened. And, I mean, it's a sad day for all of us. So many things I asked myself. I asked myself if I had called him that morning or the night before, asked him how he was doing, what he was up to. If I had any inclination, maybe I could have stopped it.
And that's why when Donald Trump gets up there at these, at these rallies and says what he said on Friday, this is why people are embracing Donald Trump. I want you to hear this. This is in response to Sarah and her family and them not knowing anything.
I thought she was lying so much. I'm good at this. I thought she was a total liar. I watched her being interviewed last night, right? She lied about him. She didn't know. Oh, she didn't know he felt this way. She knew. And a lot of other people knew, too. And I watched her. She had the veil, the whole thing.
Well, it's hard. I don't know. It's difficult to believe she didn't know the views of her parents or her brother. Now, the flip side of that, I mean, just to be fair, it's the facts that we know at this time. The father, who I mentioned, lives in Corona, California, lives with another son who is a Navy veteran.
Really? Oh, the plot thickens.
So now that doesn't mean he's not radicalized because we, of course, Major Hassan at Fort Hood, but it also doesn't mean that he is. But the question is, did you know the views? Did you know anything about the plot?
Yeah.
And what did you do about it? It's the parents, boy, they have some questions to answer specifically. The sister or the other brother, I don't know. But the parents, and by the way, the response from the Gray Lady, New York Times, I don't know if you saw this, but it's the talk of the weekend because the first time in 95 years, the New York Times put an editorial on the front page. This is so important. Their response, end the gun epidemic in America. Certain kinds of weapons like the slightly modified combat rifles used in California and the certain kinds of ammo must be outlawed for civilian ownership.
Mm-hmm. No, that's going to stop it.
And nowhere in this editorial, so important, first time in 95 years, front page, New York Times desperately trying to be relevant. Nowhere in that editorial is the phrase radical Islamic terrorism mentioned.
Is jihadist mentioned? Is anything such as that?
I don't even. It's referred to as shootings and slaughter.
But if that couple didn't have weapons to use, they would have used pipe bombs.
Well,
they would have done something else.
The only place that they use the T word, which is that is the way you would describe it as someone at the left. That's right. Is to say the vital question of how the murderers might have been connected to international terrorism is something law enforcement agencies and intelligence agencies are searching. They also just say, though, to make this all equivalent. Mm-hmm. It could be radical Christians just as easily as radical Muslims. These spree killings are all in their own ways acts of terrorism. Moral equivocation is fun. Don in Bloomingdale, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Morning, guys. This talk about who radicalized who, the woman radicalized her husband, that's all baloney. When you're taught at an early age of grade school age or even toddler that the evil Satan in the world is Israel and Jews, it doesn't matter. It's part of your ethos. You're a terrorist from the start. You just have this, we have to kill this evil person because of who they are. So it doesn't matter who radicalized who. She was radicalized at a young age, and so was he, because that's just the way they're taught.
Thanks for the call, Don. And I pointed this out before, bears repeating, in terms, especially given the president's speech and his emphasis on the guarding against Islamophobia in 2014, according to FBI crime stats, the group that was most often the victim of hate crime, Jewish Americans, by a 3-to-1 margin over Muslim Americans. Joe in Joliet.
Yeah, I'm hooked on talk radio, conservative radio. I'm wondering, do they have net neutrality in Pakistan? Is there a Dan and Amy taking calls from listeners like Jet to America? What are they talking about? Do they have a opposite radio, like conservative and lib side too, or?
Yeah, thanks for the call, Joe. I
doubt it.
I don't think
the government would let that happen.
Yeah, I don't think there's quite as much on-air diversity in Pakistan, but it would be interesting to see
the Dan and Amy version of.
Yeah, the Dan and Amy in Abbottabad. What does that sound like? Good
I don't
question.
think a woman could get there because can she drive there? Oh yeah, Pakistan you can drive.
Yeah, that's true.
Sorry.
I'd probably have to drive.
Yeah.
Joe in Milwaukee, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer. I should probably drive here too. Hey.
Good morning.
Hey, Joe.
We're looking for some solutions. The Israelis, I think, in the past, they used to always knock the home down of the terrorists.
Oh, that's
right.
wasteful.
That's wasteful. I think the entire extended family of this, you've got to have a vested interest. You've got to have a horse in the race, so to speak. If you know that Uncle Harry is a loose cannon or your brother has got tendencies like this, if he does something like this, that entire extended family should go back. They should be deported. And there may be little constitutional issues there, but heck, you can do anything with a pen and a phone.
Yeah, I've heard that. Thanks for the call, Joe.
Yeah, and that's what Donald Trump was saying, on CBS's Face the Nation, that we should target the wives and families of these suspected terrorists. Because, again, there's no way that they do not know what's going on.
Yeah, Trump also talked about putting the track on them, too. This was over the weekend talking to John Dickerson on Face the Nation. Trump had this to say about profiling, surveillance.
Should there be profiling?
Well, I think there can be profiling. I mean,
how would that work?
If they thought there was something wrong with that group and they saw what was happening and they didn't want to call the police because they didn't want to be profiling, I think that's pretty bad. People are dead. A lot of people are dead right now. So everybody wants to be politically correct, and that's part of the problem that we have with our country.
And put a tracking system on them, just such as the Prime Minister of Belgium. That's what he wants to do, too.
Mike in Park Ridge.
Yeah, just quickly, if you attend a weekly worship service, as I do, to instill good values and gratitude in your family, then you're probably better off for it. However, if you're toiling over the meaning of ancient texts, thinking that that's literally God telling you to kill people if they don't convert, then you're insane. I don't care which book it is. That's insanity.
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one, Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
Forecast for today, some morning patchy fog, otherwise times of clouds and sun, a high of 45 degrees. It's going to be a mild week all the way around it, and 60 by Saturday. Let's get the travel times. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. And Dan, Metro has big delays on the Milwaukee West line after an earlier pedestrian incident near River Grove. Eden's inbound, slow Cicero to the junction, 23 minutes like Cook to Montrose, but outbound 33. The Kennedy, 48 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, outbound 45. The Eisenhower is an hour and 3 minutes, Thorndale to downtown, outbound 49 minutes. The Stevenson, an hour and 6 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 42 minutes. The Ryan, 33 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State, slow 95th to 87th, Archer to 47th. And from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue, eastbound Adams Tollway still gummed up, Barrington to Meacham, westbound heavier, the Devon Toll to Lee, Veterans Memorial, stop and go Boughton to the Reagan Tollway, Butterfield to St. Charles, and from the Army Trail Toll to 290. Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com, Traffic Center.
You've heard me talking about the new website, upstream-ideas.com. If you haven't checked it out yet, you're missing thoughtful expository content you won't find anywhere else. Each week, you can watch the latest episode of Against the Current. That's our long-form interview series with policymakers and opinion leaders. You can also watch Illinois by the Numbers, our video series that breaks down Illinois one number at a time to explain what the policy challenges are, why we have them, and what we can do about them. And you can check out highlights from each Sunday's Illinois Rising program, which tackles state and local politics. At Upstream Ideas, questions are asked that don't get asked anywhere else. Points of view are heard that are not heard anywhere else. No sacred cows, no punches pulled. It's all at upstream-ideas.com.
Slow down, step back in time, and spend the night at the Schuster Mansion in Milwaukee, where history and tradition come together. The Schuster Mansion is not just a bed and breakfast. It's a private retreat created for you to rest, relax, and enjoy. Each guest room has been lovingly curated with period furniture, romantic decor, and antiques. There's a modern private bath for every room. Whether you're celebrating a special event or just want to escape from the everyday bustle, the Schuster Mansion has just the room or suite to fit your mood. Each overnight stay includes a homemade breakfast in the Victorian dining room and fresh chocolate chip cookies any time of day. Be sure to reserve a seat at the table for high tea, featuring a buffet of flavored teas and a variety of savory scones and sweets. Call Laura Sue to make a reservation at 414-342-3210. 414-342-3210. It may be Wisconsin, but why stay in a cabin when you can stay in a castle? SchusterMansion.com.
This is Sam Gilberto, president of American Embroidery and Screen Printing and American Marketing Products. We specialize in putting your logo on just about anything. Our focus is entirely on you, our customer. We want every customer experience to be outstanding. American Embroidery and Screen Printing is a brick and mortar business located in Glendale Heights. Our equipment and manufacturing processes are state of the art, so are the people who work here. With over 40 years experience, we have the capability, capacity, and know-how to get your job done right and on time. I want to earn your business, so for a limited time, we're offering free artwork on embroidery and screen printing orders for all new customers. Let us help you gear up for that big trade show, provide shirts or jackets for all your employees, students, or church members, or simply provide you with giveaway items such as coffee mugs, pens, or hats. Whatever it is, you can trust an American to take care of it. It's easy to contact us. TrustInAmerican.com. That's TrustInAmerican.com, or call at 630-766-2825.
AM 560, The Answer.
The gift-giving season continues here at AM 560, The Answer, and we're teaming up with Feed the Children once again. We love it because what's raised here stays here. And we're asking for a one-time donation of $76. That will help feed 16 hungry children. And any donation you can make would be much appreciated. It takes just a few minutes, so call this number, 866-435-2248, 866-435-2248. But if you're a business benefactor, or a business, or the owner of a small business, or if you make the marketing decisions for your company, call and be part of our business benefactor program. $2,500, tax deductible. All of the money goes.
We'll take $25,000.
True. All the money will go to Feed the Children, and as a way of saying thank you, we will give you 40 60-second commercials that will air primetime right here. To get a part of that program, call Michael Mann, 847-871-1527.
Hey, if you need to sell your home in Chicagoland, Sean Hannity here with some very important facts that you need to know. Now, 40% of homes hitting the market in Chicago are not selling. Now, those are horrible odds. You need to call Saul Z and the Z team based right here in Chicagoland. Now, Saul sells a home on average every 24 hours and attracts hundreds of buyers every month locally, nationally, and internationally. The Wall Street Journal ranks Saul's team in the top 110 teams out of 1.2 million agents in the U.S. Now, Saul Z guarantees to sell your home in 29 days at a price and deadline that you agree to, or he will buy your home or he'll sell it for free. Plus, working with Saul is also risk-free. After 24 hours, if he's not doing his job, you can walk away free and clear. Just call the agent I would call if I needed to sell my home and lived in Chicagoland. Call Saul now at 888-346-0666. That's 888-346-0666. Or go online at callsaul.net. That's callsaul.net.
I'm so excited to tell everybody who's considering buying a MyPillow but hasn't, that now with the buy one, get one free offer, you also get a 60-day full money-back guarantee. So basically, you can try MyPillow risk-free. You have nothing to lose and could be enjoying your best sleep ever. What are you waiting for? It is so important to get a great night's sleep. MyPillow helps with snoring, headaches, neck pain, insomnia, allergies. Plus, it's washable and it keeps its shape to give you support where you need it most. American Made, the official pillow of the National Sleep Foundation. For the MyPillow buy one, get one free offer and 60-day money-back guarantee, just simply visit MyPillow.com, type Amy in the promo code, or you can call this number, 800-489-0201. Do it now. The holidays are right around the season, right around the corner. Call 800-489-0201. Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Former Congressman and former head of the House Intelligence Committee, Mike Rogers joins us to talk about the King's speech at 8:08.
But first, let's go back into the newsroom. Here's Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, the Chicago Police Review Board leader resigns. The Justice Department is set to announce an investigation into the Chicago Police Department. And prison officials say 2 inmates escaped a Southern Illinois lockup. Patchy morning fog. WIND Chicago News Time is 8 o'clock.
Fox News Radio, I'm Lisa Brady. The president's call for staying the course in the fight against ISIS not sitting well with Republicans.
Every time that anybody has a differing view, he says that you're an occupier, that you're a warmonger. He did it again last night.
Presidential hopeful Jeb Bush says a more aggressive policy is needed, including no-fly zones and safe zones in Syria. The president's primetime address aimed at reassurance after the San Bernardino massacre. Fox News Radio's John Decker live at the White House.
The president telling the public the government is working hard to prevent another terrorist attack.
We're working with friends and allies to stop ISIL's operations, to disrupt plots, cut off their financing, and prevent them from recruiting more fighters.
A new U.S. intelligence report predicts ISIS will spread worldwide and grow in numbers. But President Obama says we should not be drawn into a long and costly ground war and added this is not a fight between America and Islam. Lisa?
Thanks, John. The United Nations just launching a record appeal for humanitarian assistance, asking for more than $20 billion to help 87 million people in national and regional crises. The UN's humanitarian chief calling that perfectly affordable compared to financial bailouts and military spending. The Justice Department set to investigate the Chicago Police Department's patterns and practices after the police shooting death of teenager Laquan McDonald. The Attorney General has a news conference scheduled for next hour, even as the Chicago mayor introduces the new interim police superintendent later today. The Grammy nominees just announced. And when I wake up, I recognize you looking at me for the pay cut. Rapper Kendrick Lamar leading with 11 nominations. Taylor Swift and The Weeknd have 7 nominations apiece. Alabama Shakes and singer-songwriter Chris Stapleton also in the running for Album of the Year. Dow futures higher ahead of the opening bell as a jobs report rally from Friday continues in world markets. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Clouds and heavy fog, 32 degrees at 8:02 on AM 560. The Answer, good morning. I'm Mike Scott. Chicago Mayor Rahm Emanuel plans to address police accountability in a news conference today with his new interim police superintendent and the acting head of the city agency that investigates police cases. Mayor's office says Emanuel, interim superintendent John Escalante, and acting independent review authority head Sharon Fairley will speak with reporters this afternoon. Prosecutors also plan a news conference today announcing results of an investigation into last year's police shooting death of 25-year-old Ronald Johnson. State's Attorney Anita Alvarez plans to discuss that case this morning. Meantime, the Justice Department is expected to announce a civil rights probe of the Chicago Police Department, according to sources similar to probes of police departments in Baltimore and Ferguson, Missouri. An announcement confirming that investigation is set for later this week. Chicago Police Department's interim superintendent is also warning officers they will face discipline if they don't make sure both the video and audio of their squad car dashboard cameras are not working. 2 missing New York college students with Cook County ties have been found safe after police say they were abducted and held hostage. Rochester police say SWAT teams had to rescue the 2 University of Rochester students late last night. They were taken Saturday near the school, reported missing Saturday evening. Police say the seniors had been forcibly abducted and held against their will. State prison officials say 2 inmates, one with Cook County ties, incarcerated on drug charges, have escaped a facility in southern Illinois. A statement from the Department of Corrections says the 2, Jarrett Reed and Kevin Rivera, went missing Sunday afternoon. Reed is serving a 3-year sentence on meth-related charges. Rivera, a 5-year sentence for delivery of cocaine here in Cook County. Chicago sports, 49ers over the Bears in OT, 26-20. NHL was the Blackhawks over Winnipeg, 3-1. And the news, a service of Unbound. A mother cradles her child on a cold night in a humble shelter. No room for them anywhere. Sound familiar? It's a daily reality for many who live in poverty around the world. Look closer at unbound.org. 8:04 is our time. Time for the AM 560 Business Beat. And from the Fox Business Network, here's Pat O'Neill.
From the Fox Business Network, Wall Street poised to start the week on the plus side. Futures are up ahead of the opening. Most overseas markets following through on the strong U.S. advance Friday, when the market got a boost from the solid November jobs report. The Dow jumped 370 points Friday. Later today, the Fed delivers its latest report on consumer credit numbers before the start of the holiday season. Business economists expect more improvement in the job market for next year, including better wages. But their forecast of 2.6% economic growth next year is down a tad from the September survey. Another drop in gasoline prices, down 4 cents the past 2 weeks to an average $2.10 a gallon. But recent declines are evening out.
The rate has slowed because lower crude oil prices is mainly spent. It's passed through all the way to the pump.
Oil analyst Trilby Lundberg, the lowest price $1.77 a gallon in Baton Rouge, the highest $2.73 in Los Angeles. With the Fox Business Report, I'm Pat O'Neill.
It's 8:05 in Chicago. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
10 seconds remaining. Down by 1. The ball is in your best player's hands. Dribble, drive, crossover, step back, elevate, release, rotation. These moments are everything. On the Husky Sports Network.
The Northern Illinois University Huskies basketball season is underway. Tune in to your only Chicago radio home for all things Huskies. AM 560, The Answer. Offer not valid in all states or where prohibited by law. See website for details. Need some extra cash today? Do you have bad credit or maxed out credit cards? If so, turn your radio up. 67cash.com is one of the nation's largest personal loan networks with over 50 different lenders. Now you can get a personal loan from $500 to $5,000 with no traditional credit check, discreetly from your computer or smartphone, and with no paperwork to send in. That's right, no paperwork whatsoever. Your cash will hit your bank account as soon as tomorrow. And with millions of dollars to lend, our lenders will not perform a traditional credit check. Visit 67cash.com and you can have $500 to $5,000 in no time. Just have a checking account and a regular source of income, and you could get the loan you need now, regardless of your credit. Go to 67cash.com from your smartphone or computer to get the cash you need. Visit 67cash.com. Type www.67cash.com directly into the address bar. That's 67cash.com. 67cash.com.
8:07 in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Let's get the latest on that morning commute. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. On the CTA, inbound Brown and Purple Line trains are stopped at Sedgwick with some door problems. Metra has delays on the Milwaukee West Line after an earlier pedestrian incident near River Grove. Eden's just 22 minutes late Cook to Montrose, but outbound 33. The Kennedy, 52 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 45. Inbound Eisenhower, an hour and 6 minutes. Thorndale to downtown, outbound it's 57 minutes. Stevenson, an hour and 6 minutes. 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 42 minutes. Ryan is 33 minutes, 95th to downtown. Southbound Lakeshore Drive, jammed. Bryn Mawr to North Avenue. Northbound Tri-State delays Archer to 31st, and from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Northbound Veterans Memorial, slow Boughton to the Reagan Tollway. Butterfield to St. Charles, and Arby Trail to 290. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solution provider. Here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
A dense fog advisory in effect until noon today. Widespread dense fog for the morning on the west. Clouds and sun with a high 45, then a partly cloudy night tonight with a low of 36. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
Fog and 31 at O'Hare, 36 at Midway. Your next news update is at 8:30. And Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by College Illinois. Secure your child's future by enrolling them today at collegeillinois.org.
The following show is almost a complete act.
All right, Dan and Amy, good morning. I'll tell you what, here's President Obama had a lot of things to say yesterday. It's some marching orders for Muslims the world over. Don't seem to be paying a lot of attention.
Muslim leaders here and around the globe have to continue working with us to decisively and unequivocally reject the hateful ideology that groups like ISIL and Al-Qaeda promote.
And then he talked about Muslims in the U.S.
It is our responsibility to reject religious tests on who we admit into this country. Muslim Americans are our friends and our neighbors, our co-workers, our sports heroes. And yes, they are our men and women in uniform who are willing to die in defense of our country. We have to remember that.
Yeah, no, I remember that. I'm not worried about Kareem Abdul-Jabbar or Ahmad Rashad.
No, you're not.
Not worried about them. Here's the thing, though. It seems
I'm
like...
worried about Major Nadal Hassan.
Yeah.
And
well,
having copycats of him, I should say.
Yeah, and here's the thing. Here's the problem is his party doesn't seem to be able to distinguish between the two. That's the real problem. This story from the Washington Free Beacon. Democratic lawmakers planning to attend prayer services at a Washington area mosque that had been accused of acting as a front for Hamas and that served as the home of terrorist spiritual leader Anwar al-Awlaki.
Oh.
Yeah. Democrats set to attend included Congressman for Virginia, Democrats, New York, Minnesota, and, of course, Delegate Eleanor Holmes Norton from D.C., several Virginia state lawmakers as well. So when you go to a mosque under the rubric of tolerance and trying to achieve an understanding, that has been the subject of so much federal legal action with those like al-Awlaki, for goodness sakes, not to mention a founding member of this mosque that was accused of working with Hamas's top leadership. Someone else at the mosque, a former board member, sentenced to 11 years in prison for contempt and obstruction of a terrorist investigation, and on and on and on. It seems to me the problem is not recognizing that we don't have to worry about Muhammad Ali. It's that we can't separate, if you're a Democrat, Muhammad Ali from those who aim to do harm to Americans. But that's just me. Let's get a more informed opinion from former Congressman Mike Rogers, who was also the former chairman of the House Intelligence Committee. Now he is a nationally syndicated talk show host on Westwood One, and it's also worth noting as part of former Congressman Rogers' background, he was U.S. Army. He was also an FBI special agent. Congressman Rogers, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
I'm glad to be here.
So what did you make of President Obama's speech, both parts, the part in terms of the 4 things we're doing as well as the 4 things we need to do?
Well, I will say that I agreed with him on exactly one point. So the authorization to use military force is something I called for just about 3 years ago. If you're going to ask pilots to engage in combat missions over Syria, if you're going to ask any special operator to show up in a bad place like that on a regular occurrence to try to defeat somebody that has, by the way, declared war on us, I argue that there should be a authorization to use military force by Congress. And I think there's a whole host of reasons it didn't happen. One, you couldn't find 4 congressmen, including Democrats, I don't believe, who could trust the president with the authority, number one. Number two, I think a lot of members were afraid to have to vote on something that would authorize any military action. The problem is they're there. They deserve our support, those soldiers. And it gets Congress back in the discussion game on strategy, on expenditures, on all the things that go with it. So,
But if President Obama doesn't want to use the resources that Congress makes at his disposal with an authorization for use of force, then it doesn't much matter, does it?
Well, I think it does. Remember, this was my point then. We're already engaged there. We are dropping bombs in Syria. We are dropping bombs. Now, I would argue highly ineffectively. We don't have any good intelligence operations. But this isn't about the president. This is really about the men and women who are risking their lives in these operations. I believe that they need the support from the American people. Now, what it also does is gives Congress back in the game to start bringing these folks in to question their tactics, to question the fact that he is using these military units without an overall arching strategy on how to defeat ISIS. I think all of that's a huge problem. And I think it's wrong for Congress not to go ahead and give them the authorization and then use their oversight capabilities to do something about it, number one. But beyond that, by the way, I thought it was a pretty awful speech. He looked to divide Americans in that speech. I'm sure this, if you think about the terrorist acts that just happened in America, the most recent California one, the Boston bombing, the beheading down in Oklahoma, the shooting with Major Hassan, all of those major events,
not one of them would have been impacted by this new call for terrorists on the or people who are terrorist suspects on the watch list to buy a weapon.
Yeah, that no-fly list has nothing to do with it.
No, absolutely not. So, I mean, rather than and the media just kind of went along with it and said, "Yeah, why aren't we for that?" The problem is that is clearly designed to try to be divisive and find a way to get Republicans and Democrats fighting. That's why this president is so maddening to me at a time when we really needed to come together on a unified strategy against ISIS.
To national security, I mean, is President Obama doing anything to keep us safe here at home?
Well, I mean, I disagree completely with the strategy. I think there are some things that have happened. The problem is, I'll give you a great example. The debate we should be having is their communication systems are going encrypted, they being the terrorist organizations, ISIS, others. We're not having that debate. We're having this debate about would have done nothing to stop the event. We're not having any real discussion on how you push back in a meaningful way on radicalization, both here and overseas. And the financing that comes from countries like, groups in Saudi Arabia, groups in Qatar that are helping fund this radicalization effort. None of that gets discussed. The only thing we're talking about is these divisive issues. So, yeah, there are some things. I think our intelligence services are working with one arm tied behind their back, but they're doing everything they can. I think of the FBI, who's the director's been on the trail here for about a month saying, hey, we got to help us on this. If we can't hear what they're saying, these terrorists, we're in trouble.
And
we're in trouble.
Hillary was on with Stephanopoulos yesterday, Clinton Foundation Donor Zero, and talking about what you were just talking about, some of the communication. That was part of the discussion. And she basically, it seemed to me, wanted to kind of outsource that operation to Facebook and YouTube and Twitter and the rest of it, suggesting that we need to get those folks more involved. So whether that makes sense or doesn't make sense, why is it taking so long? It's very much like the conversation President Obama tried to foist upon the public with his bombing campaign, talking about the bombing campaign and disrupting the oil convoys. We're 16 months into the bombing campaign, and we haven't knocked out their ability to transport oil yet. It's all everything feels like it's just being slow walked. Like these are ideas we've been hearing over and over again for years on end, and very little has been accomplished to those ends.
No, you're exactly right, because there is no real strategy. So it shocked me, well, it didn't shock me, unfortunately, when he's been talking about, we're doing the bombing campaigns to disrupt their logistical ability to move supplies and oil in the market. France gets struck. They say we're going to go hit some supply areas. Apparently, they argue publicly that a lot of that information came from the United States. And then they hit something like 200 targets, of which the vast majority were the ability to move and produce oil. Well, what in the God's name were we doing for the last year if those targets were still available for the French to hit? And same with the Brits. They came in and hit a very aggressive target set. Well, we've been flying sorties, aircraft with bombs into those countries for over a year. Why were those targets still available? I haven't heard anyone ask that question.
Well, is it possible that we're buying that oil? Is that why our gas prices are so cheap? I mean, they make $40 million a month on their oil fields.
No, it's awful. And one of the things they know is that they were out actually recruiting petrochemical engineers about 6 or 8 months ago to get back into the business to help them produce and continue to produce into the black market oil sales. And so we know that was happening, but they were using it both in Iraq and the region. In Turkey, we believe that some of that oil was moving through Turkey. I mean, so they have all of these problems, none of which had a very strategic outlook on how to defeat them. What we should have done is backed up and said, listen, they have command energy in Raqqa, which is Syria, and Ramadi, western Iraq. They are going unfettered there. They get to do anything they want. They have these huge propaganda and psychological warfare campaigns going, and by the way, they're winning at that. They have the ability to move their money and logistics almost unfettered, which means that they have this sustainability to do high finance operations, big, take a town, hit a convoy, those kinds of things. And none of that after a year has been disrupted. The only thing the president does is when something happens, like in France, he says, well, we're going to send 50 special forces people to deal with the problem. Well, what in God's green earth have we been doing if we haven't been trying to disrupt their leadership? And you have to do it all at once. Hit their logistics, their command and control in Raqqa and Ramadi. You have to try to destabilize their leadership chains all at the same time. And you have to be aggressive about their propaganda machine. We haven't done any of it.
So speak to us about the rules of engagement. You're the former chairman of the House Intelligence Committee. Discussions, even when you were there, between the regime and Congress about the rules of engagement. It seems to me there's a rules of engagement problem based on everything you've just said.
Oh, there clearly is. So about 75 to 80% of all of those aircraft that have been flying over, loaded with ordnance to strike targets both in Syria and Western Iraq, return with that ordnance. So think of that. So 3 out of 4 come back and haven't hit their targets. So that's both a rules of engagement issue, meaning the process to hit those targets is very complicated, and by the time they get approval why they're in the air, that target has either moved or gone undercover or doing other things. And that's what the pilots were saying.
Yeah, but why? Why is the question? I mean, are we going to hear that's just what ISIS wants us to do, bomb them, and so we can't? I mean, the why is why are we tying the hands of our pilots is the question.
Well, that's a very good question, and part of the problem was, and we knew this when in my last months as chairman as of January of this year, that those decisions were being made out of the White House. You can't. That is fundamentally not workable. You cannot have the final target set approval happening in the White House. I mean, that's part of the problem. So it has to go, think of that. It has to go through all the local command, all the way up. They have to target. They have to find the target, identify the target, get good intel on the target. They got to get the pilot up in the air and moving, and then they have to go through this long, convoluted approval process. Well, you might as well leave the airplane sitting on the tarmac. You can pretty much guarantee it's not working. And the fact that 3 out of 4, and these are the Pentagon's own numbers, by the way, 3 out of 4 are coming back without hitting that target, tells you we're wasting a lot of money because they just don't have it in them to let those military officers do what they do best. And it's a huge problem. The other part of it, by the way, is intelligence. So the fact that we don't have good intelligence operations on the ground that's one of the reasons we don't have good target sets to continue a sustained bombing campaign.
The president also spent a lot of time talking about our friends and allies and the coalition. Again, House Intelligence Chairman, you were privy to just how robust that coalition really is in operation, and I wonder how you reacted to all of our friends and allies that are doing so much.
Well, not much of a coalition and not much of a willing group at that. The president has locked himself into a lot of bad problems there. So ideally you want that Sunni awakening that happened in Western Iraq during the Iraq conflict that helped Iraqis take back those areas. So and basically it was pushing up against ISIS. What we now know as ISIS, it was Al-Qaeda then. All of those tribal leaders in Western Iraq, Sunni, said, this is not us. We're going to push these guys out. They're dangerous. They're brutal. They're awful. We don't want anything to do with them. The problem now is because of all the effort to snuggle up to Iran, our Arab League partners are really suspect of what's going to happen. So the Russians are all in for their Shia partners, right? They just said, we're for the Shias. We don't really care. So we're for Assad. He's Shia. We're for helping the Hezbollah folks who are operating in and around Syria. Those are Shia-based Iranian terrorist groups. We're for Iran. We're helping them with their nuclear components on their program and their military. And so when you start flirting with that as the United States, you lose this ability to have a diplomatic connection with Sunni tribal leaders. Even in eastern Syria, they don't know who they're supposed to be for. And they know one thing. If they snuggle up to a Shia solution to this, they're not going to live very long. And so we've lost this moral authority to try to get them engaged in the fight with ISIS. And, you couldn't find a worse way to try to approach this problem than the way the President of the United States and his national security team have done.
He is Mike Rogers, former congressman from Michigan, former House Intelligence Committee chairman, and now nationally syndicated talk show host. Something to think about with Mike Rogers on Westwood One. Mike Rogers, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Hey, thanks for having me. I really appreciate it.
And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
You're listening to Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Well, we have some fog this morning. Obviously, if you're outside, you're probably in it. But it will lighten up by this afternoon when we'll have mostly sunny skies, a few high clouds, and mild, a high of 45. Let's get the travel times. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. On the inbound Kennedy, delay started Sayre. It's 52 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, 33 from Montrose, 26 on the Express. Outbound 45 to the airport. Edens, 22 minutes. Lake Hook to Montrose, but outbound 33. The Eisenhower's an hour from Thorndale to downtown, outbound 56 minutes. Stevenson, an hour and 6 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 37 minutes. Ryan, 33 minutes, 95th to downtown. Southbound Lakeshore Drive is jammed. Bryn Mawr to North Avenue, northbound heavy from the Stevenson to Jackson. Northbound Tri-State, stop and go Archer to 31st, and from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. The Adams Tollway's improved, still a bit slow. Roselle to Meacham. Reagan Tollway 5, Veterans Memorial northbound, stop and go Boughton to the Reagan Tollway, and slow Butterfield to St. Charles, and from the Army Trail Toll to 290. Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com, Traffic Center.
Hey guys, do you want to outdo yourself this Christmas? Well, surprise her with a gift design especially for fans of Downton Abbey. I'm talking about the all-new Downton Abbey PJs available exclusively at Pajamagram. Oh, yes, they've created 3 styles inspired by the hit series' distinctive cast, including the fashion-forward Lady Mary, the sweet, flirty Lady Rose, and the elegant Lady Cora. Just imagine how much fun she'll have watching her favorite show in character. With rich fabrics, aristocratic detail, and 20s design inspiration, these PJs will make her feel like a true Crawley.
I'll take Lady Cora.
Okay. As a deluxe touch, all PJs arrive in a satin gift envelope. Buy the whole collection and you save more than $70. No need to worry about choosing the wrong style or size because all PJs by Pajamagram are backed by a Love It guarantee. Order your special lady Downton Abbey PJs today at Pajamagram.com. You don't even have to wrap because every Pajamagram includes free gift packaging. Christmas delivery is guaranteed. Visit Pajamagram.com or call 1-800-GIVE-PJs and be sure to tell them that Dan and Amy sent you.
My name is Dr. Howard. I've recommended Balance of Nature for over 15 years because of the excellent results I see in my patients. Balance of Nature doesn't make any claims of treating or curing any particular disease, but I think the results speak for themselves.
I stopped taking artificially produced multivitamins, and I tried the Balance of Nature because it just makes sense. What's more natural than actual food? It just rings true. It just makes sense, and from a scientific standpoint, it makes sense also. You're supposed to be getting nutrition from whole foods. I definitely feel better overall. My energy level is better.
When you can give your body a full variety of 31 different fruits and vegetables in their 100% natural, whole food form, you receive the unmatched balance of nutrition. Call toll-free 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com and be sure to enter promo code CHICAGO.
AM 560, The Answer.
I'll have a blue Christmas.
Did you like my face?
Yeah. You don't like Elvis?
No, I'm going to have a blue Christmas because my Hawkeyes lost.
Oh. I can make it up in the Rose Bowl.
Yes.
So each Monday, Wednesday, and Friday in December, we are doing this Christmas song campaign, providing listeners with downloads of some of their favorite Christmas songs directly from our mobile app, absolutely free, like, for example, today with Elvis's Blue Christmas. And so all you have to do is go to our mobile app, AM 560, right? AM 560, that's our mobile app. AM 560, that's our mobile app.
That is the mobile app. I have
and
it,
you can
but
download one of these great Christmas songs like Elvis's Blue Christmas. Easy for me to say.
And it's a free download. And Monday, Wednesday, and Friday until Christmas arrives, we will be giving you a free song. And today's song is Elvis's Blue Christmas.
And maybe, I don't know. I don't know if I'll have time, but I could record my version of In the Ghetto. And you could also download that.
I have that on my iTunes playlist. But right now, you can have Elvis's Blue Christmas on your playlist if you download the AM 560 mobile app. Or, in my case, you have to upgrade your app and get some free songs.
On a cold and gray Chicago morning, poor little baby in the ghetto.
In the ghetto.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Our event is going well. I just wish they wouldn't have used the plastic tablecloths.
The food looks like it's been under the heat lamp for an hour.
I can't believe they didn't have room to seat the accounting department at the last minute.
When you plan a corporate event, wedding, or social gathering, you have that picture-perfect image in your head of what it's supposed to look like. At Belvedere Banquets, they bring the shining elegance you expect to see downtown right to the suburbs. From their photogenic lobby fountain to their 5-star quality food options, Belvedere Banquets has your next big event covered in shimmering excellence. They can even bring their top-notch catering right to you. It's time to host an event that leaves everyone in awe at a price that can accommodate budgets for groups of 12 to 1,000. Call 847-534-0600 or visit their beautiful website at belvederebanquets.com. Get the positive event planning experience you deserve for your next occasion. 847-534-0600 or belvederebanquets.com.
The Gun Safety Guy's mission is pure and simple: to help good people safely enjoy recreational shooting and improve their ability to protect themselves and their family responsibly. This is what Pastor Ed Bryant, the Gun Safety Guy, has built for you and your family. Pastor Bryant's background and experience enables him to communicate with all of his students, no matter what their age, gender, or ability. New shooters learn the fundamentals. Experienced shooters develop their skills. Above everything, all shooters are taught to value safety first. Family-friendly firearms instruction is the core of the Gun Safety Guy, and I took his basic pistol class, which was excellent as kind of an intermediate shooter, and highly recommended. And I can attest to the fact that safety is the core of Pastor Bryant's instruction. And I can also attest to the fact that his classes are going to be filling up quickly after what the New York Times is writing and President Obama is saying. So give the gift of firearm safety this holiday season. Gift certificates are available. Learn more at thegunsafetyguy.com. That's thegunsafetyguy.com is the website. Family-friendly firearms instruction with NRA-certified instructor Pastor Bryant at thegunsafetyguy.com.
AM 560. The Answer.
And coming up next on Chicago's Morning Answer, there's our song. Sing it. We don't have time.
And his mama cries, because if there's one thing that she don't need, it's another hungry mouth to feed in the ghetto.
You're rushing a little.
I am.
Coming up next, Shalom Klein will be here.
Yes, he will. Shalom will be here at 8:38. And after that, Veterans Administration watchdog resigns to spend more time with himself.
We'll explain. Nice. But first, let's go back into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
I listened for Jake Hess and the Imperials backing up that song, like they did for several The Kings songs. Fog, 38 degrees. Winds out of the north at 3. Co-workers of the San Bernardino County employee who, along with his wife, opened fire on a holiday luncheon don't plan to return to work for at least one more week. But thousands of other county workers are back on the job today, 5 days after Saeed Farouk and Tashfeen Malik killed 14 and wounded 21 others. The U.S. denying claims that the coalition launched airstrikes on a Syrian army camp, killing at least 3 soldiers there. Saturday's stabbing in the London Underground has brought out stepped up police patrols today at transport hubs across that city. A man brandishing a knife saying this is for Syria cut several in the London Underground. Muhyiddin Meyer will appear at the Magistrates Court in London, accused of attempted murder today. President Obama talked terror from the Oval Office.
On Wednesday, 14 Americans were killed as they came together to celebrate the holidays. They were taken from family and friends who loved them deeply. They were white and black, Latino and Asian, immigrants and American-born.
But Republican presidential candidates this morning are hammering back at the presidential address on defeating ISIS. On Fox, Florida Governor Jeb Bush.
A political settlement with Assad is never going to happen unless we're engaged in a much more intense way, and only America can lead. And this president does not want to lead. We're putting restrictions on the war fighters. We're not protecting the homeland to the degree that we should.
This morning in Baltimore, an assistant medical examiner will continue her testimony in the trial of William Porter, one of 6 Baltimore police officers charged in the death of Freddie Gray. Mayor Rahm Emanuel plans to address police accountability here in a news conference with his new interim police superintendent and the new acting head of the city agency that investigates police cases. Meantime, in a separate press conference, prosecutors here in Chicago plan a news conference to announce results of an investigation into last year's police shooting death of 25-year-old Ronald Johnson. Chicago sports, 49ers over the Bears in OT. 26-20. On the ice, Blackhawks over Winnipeg, 3-1. The news, a service of Let Us Entertain You. Give the gift that fits all appetites. A Let Us Entertain You gift card. Receive a free $25 holiday bonus for every $100 in Lettuce gift cards you buy. Simply visit a Lettuce restaurant or LEYE.com. 8:34, and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher believes a killer is a killer.
Nadel Hassan was a registered Democrat and Muslim. James Holmes was a registered Democrat. Sung-Hoo Cho wrote hate mail to President Bush. We didn't say that when this was all unfolding because it's irrelevant. We're not going to blame Democrats for the actions of some lunatic evil shooter in a movie theater. That game is played by the Michael Moores and the Loretta Lynches on the left.
The Mike Gallagher Show, weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
The most recent U.S. Supreme Court decision on the Affordable Care Act made one thing certain. We will all have to deal with this ever-changing law until at least 2017. If you're tired of calling a bureaucrat at an 800 number to help you navigate Obamacare, then you need a local expert on your side. That's right, your own health insurance mentor. C. Stephen Tucker from healthinsurancementors.com is someone I know and trust. He's a 20-year licensed broker who's been educating AM 560 listeners on the Affordable Care Act for the last 5 years.
Thanks, Dan. If you have a pre-existing condition, a canceled plan, or your premium increased, now's the time to get covered. 2016 open enrollment begins on November 1st and ends on January 31st. During this 90-day window, you cannot be denied coverage. Depending on your income, you may find a more affordable plan. The new healthcare law is very complicated and you do need guidance. It costs you nothing to use a broker, so why not tap into my expertise?
Thanks, Steve. How can our listeners get in touch with you?
They can visit healthinsurancementors.com or call me directly at 630-674-1551. That's 630-674-1551.
Exergen Temporal Scanner Thermometer is a must-have for all busy parents. With just one scan to the forehead, Exergen Temporal Scanner Thermometer takes your child's temperature quickly and accurately. Available at Walgreens.
UTI Transport Solutions, Inc. has an opening available at 825 Arthur Avenue, Elk Grove Village, Illinois, 60007. Location for the position of IT Business Analyst. Perform key technology solutions initiatives and software management and development methodology. Must have a master's degree in computer science, engineering, or a related technical field or foreign equivalent, and 2 years of experience in the job offered, or 2 years of experience in Visio, JEE 5+, Rich Faces, Oracle, PLSQL, Web Services, Ajax, and ORM tools. All stated experience must include creation of software development methodologies and quality assurance testing. Please send resume to B. Stambo, UTI United States, Inc., 400 Southwest 6th Avenue, 11th floor, Portland, Oregon, 97204.
8:37 in our Chicago RadioDeals.com traffic center. The latest with Jim Talamonte. We will get back to Jim in just a moment. Chicago's Morning Answer will continue in a moment with your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solution provider. Patchy morning fog, otherwise clouds and sun, a high of 45, a low of 34. And there's Jim with an update for us in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center.
Thanks, Mike. Sorry about that. The inbound Kennedy does have delays starting at Foster. It's 55 minutes O'Hare to downtown, 37 from Montrose, 23 in the Express, outbound 41 to the airport. The Edens, just 21 minutes like Cook to Montrose now, outbound 27. The Ike, 53 minutes, Thorndale to downtown, outbound it's 38. The Stevenson, looking at a travel time of 59 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 37. The Ryan, 33 minutes, 95 to downtown. Northbound Tri-State still really slow from the Mile-Long Bridge to 31st and from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com, Traffic Center.
Fog and 31 at O'Hare, 36 along Chicago's lakefront. Next news at 9. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Townstone Financial, Chicago's premier mortgage lender. Visit townstone.com or call Barry Sterner, 312-896-2110.
Hey, before you read about it on Facebook or Twitter, or hear about it from your friends, find out what today's big stories really mean with me, Sean Hannity, today at 2, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
What is up, Dan and Amy? We're running out of days of the week to name, Amy. We had Black Friday.
Well, Gray Thursday, Black Friday.
Cyber Monday.
Uh-huh.
Giving Tuesday. That's not alliterative, but I
Right.
guess either Cyber Monday or Black Friday. So I guess it doesn't have to be alliterative.
But
And-
I like Small Business Saturday. I mean, I have a group of women in our block that they have not a pub crawl, but a small business crawl where they
Don't
go
be
from
fooled
store to
by
store.
the rocks that they got.
Yeah,
You're just Amy from the
block.
All right.
No, but they do because they think it's important. So do I to support your neighborhood businesses. I mean, I would never want my dry cleaner to go out of business, or the restaurant next door to the dry cleaner to go out of business, or the consignment shop across the street to go out of business.
What about the currency exchange next to the consignment shop over by the restaurant next to the dry cleaner?
That one is currently out of business.
Oh.
But don't worry. I'm sure in another month somebody else will open it up.
They'll get a liquor store in there for you. Small Business Saturday spending $16 billion. If you're in the retail sector, now better be the time to be merry, right? Shalom Klein, host of Get Down to Business, Sundays at 6 p.m. on these airwaves. Shalom, welcome.
Good morning.
So how is retail going in this holiday season?
I've heard so many conflicting stories about Black Friday and was it good, was it bad? The good news in a world where small business really has to fight for survival is that Small Business Saturday spending was up 14% from last year. As you said, Dan, topped $16 billion. That means that the American Express program, Shop Small, was a success. I was watching the media and I saw stories of folks like the president walking to his bookstore, but more importantly, people like Amy visiting the local restaurants, visiting the local
liquor
consignment
stores.
shops.
Yeah.
Liquor stores,
No,
that's
it's
small
not.
business too.
Sure.
That liquor store is
Pay
not
those
up
sin
and
taxes.
running yet.
Yeah.
No, but so who started Small Business Saturday and why, and how has it really taken off?
So, Small Business Saturday, I don't want to give the credit to American Express because I like to think that people genuinely want to, where possible, support local businesses. As you said, Amy, it's really important when you have a last-minute dry cleaning emergency that you have that local small business in your neighborhood. That's something you can't rely on Amazon.com for. American Express, to their credit, a few years ago created a program called Shop Small, Small Business Saturday, where they actually incentivized people with an American Express card. Of course, they have a vested interest in this, that if you spend money on Small Business Saturday on your card, you'll get a statement credit back. What's absolutely amazing is that this year, they actually did not offer that statement credit. There was no financial incentive, and still the Small Business Saturday spending went up. What that means to me, people want to support small business. That marketing that went into it, it's become a brand name. There's been a few studies from the National Federation of Independent Business saying that people actually recognize that name of Small Business Saturday. And as you guys said earlier, there's Black Friday, there's Giving Tuesday. Small Business Saturday is a part of our vocabulary, and it's around to stay. And now it's important that throughout the holiday season, we continue to support our local businesses down the street from us to ensure that they'll be around when we want them most.
Well, and what percentage of the $16 billion did you get? What was your cut?
Oh, I wish. I wish I would. I would get a little something. I have to tell you, these aren't just statistics and numbers. I did speak with. I live in Skokie, and I spoke with businesses on Dempster Street, and everybody got into the mode of Small Business Saturday. And they opened special hours, and they tried to make it easy for people to shop there. They came up with coupons and discounts and things like that. You can't take anything for granted, and you want to capture as much of the holiday spending that's going to take place. And Small Business Saturday was fun. I wish I would get a part of that $16 billion, but no luck.
But the big deal is, right, I mean, the big takeaway is the small business is good, but you can't support the small businesses too much because when they grow into medium-sized or even, dare I say, big businesses, then they become bad.
And then they become bad. I've had this conversation with you guys in the past that I think one of the major things that needs to change is the definition of small business. I don't know how American Express defines small business. I have a feeling that it's not defined but I think that we need to do a better job in terms of government support for small business and deciding what is a small business. So for the purposes of Small Business Saturday, listen, if you have a local business, go out, visit them, support them, and most importantly, as you said, Amy, bring a friend to that local bar and make sure that you guys really spend a lot of money over there.
Well, yeah, because if shops close in our neighborhood, then our property values are going to go down because no one's going to want to live there. So that's why I always think, you know what, I'm going to help tell, oh, yeah, you don't want a bunch of abandoned buildings by your house. That's not going to work.
And it supports sales tax revenue, which provides the good services that you come to expect.
Oh, yes.
That's why our school is doing well.
Nothing Chicago is known for like good services from the government. Yes, Shalom.
I wasn't talking about the city of Chicago. I think about Skokie, and I'm happy.
Okay.
Spend money, and it comes back to you.
There you go. All right, Shalom Klein. Get Down to Business is his show. You can check it out Sundays at 6 p.m. on these airwaves. Shalom, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Dan. Thanks, Amy. Appreciate it.
And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Happy Hanukkah. Why didn't we say that to Shalom Klein?
Happy Hanukkah. We just
did. You're so happy. Happy. Well, this morning fog is a little sticky. It's pretty thick out there, and it's going to get better by this afternoon, or so we've been told, and it's foggy. But we're going to have a high of 40.
The universal sound for foggy.
Yeah. A high of 45 degrees. Tomorrow I'm a little bit better. A high of 50. Travel times, here's Jim Delamonte.
Thanks, Sammy and Dan. Good morning. We've had some flight delays at O'Hare and Midway this morning, but not many considering the thickness of that fog. On the expressways, things are mostly improving after the morning rush. The Edens now just 20 minutes. Lykehook to Montrose and outbound 24. The Kennedy with delays starting at Lawrence. 42 minutes, O'Hare to downtown. The express lanes don't save you much anymore at Ohio Feeders jammed. Outbound 40 minutes downtown to the airport. The inbound Ike 53 minutes, Thorndale to downtown. Outbound it's an hour and 5 minutes. Really jammed St. Charles to 83 for some reason. Stevenson 59 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 37, Ryan 33 minutes, 95th to downtown. Most of the tollways are clearing up. Northbound Tri-State, though, it's still slow from around the mile-long bridge to 31st, then from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com, Traffic Center.
Imagine what you would do if your business had a surplus of utility savings. More than 30% of your building's annual energy use comes from your heating, ventilation, and air conditioning system. Air Comfort, Chicagoland's leading mechanical service provider, understands that you have better things to do with your money. There are new energy incentives offered by Chicagoland's largest utility provider that could help your business save hundreds, even thousands of dollars every month in utility costs. As a preferred partner, Air Comfort works closely with your business. They will identify the opportunities to reduce energy usage, select, purchase, and install equipment, and even help you complete and submit your incentive paperwork. Start saving on your utilities by calling now for your free consultation at 708-345-1900. That's 708-345-1900 or online at aircomfort.com. Air Comfort, a tradition of excellence since 1935.
I'm Lex, CEO of Balance of Nature. At Balance of Nature, we believe in real communication. Whether you call into the office or hear a success story on the radio, you can be sure it's real, unsolicited, and unscripted conversation.
I had anemia. That's when I got on to Balance of Nature. Then when I came off it, I got anemia again. That's one of the reasons I got back on it. I said, you know what, let me call them up and let me start doing the right thing. I made a mistake by getting off it. I think this is a good product, and I'm going to just stick with it.
When you can give your body a full variety of 31 different fruits and vegetables in their 100% natural, whole food form, you receive the unmatched balance of nutrition. Call toll-free 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com and be sure to enter promo code CHICAGO.
AM 560, The Answer.
Just a hint of peppermint in every it's not too late to give to those less fortunate this holiday season. Once again, AM 560. Teaming up with Feed the Children, a nonprofit organization. What we love about them is what is raised here stays here. And we're asking for a one-time donation of $76. But if you can give $20 or $100 like Dan did, It's much appreciated, and it takes just
thank you.
seconds. 866-435-2248, 866-435-2248. Operators are standing by. They will take your credit card information to a secured site over the phone, and then you can, make a donation on behalf of your well-fed children or grandchildren.
Our goal is to feed 18,000 children in and around Chicago this year. What does your donation provide to these families and children in need? Each family receives a 25-pound box of food filled with non-perishable items like canned goods, peanut butter, pasta, and cereals. And they also receive a 10-pound box of essentials filled with personal items, toiletries, cleaning supplies, and the like. So Amy told you one way you can participate and help support this program and really families in need. That's the point. Another way is through our business benefactor program. This is for those small, mid-sized business owners we were talking about with Shalom Klein, or anybody involved in marketing a business. With this program, any business that makes a $2,500 tax-deductible donation to feed the children will receive 40 60-second commercials that will run Monday through Friday, 5 a.m. to 8 p.m. on these airwaves. So you want to participate in the business benefactor program, as many have. Call sales manager Michael Mann directly at 847-871-1527 and just ask him for the business benefactor program. He'll get you rolled in. Or you can text the word FEED to our turnkey.pro text line 64636, and you'll be prompted as how to enroll and participate.
And, this really is a great way to market your business, to take your business to the next level. Many of our business benefactors are long-term clients, such as Tom Sedeka from Precision Payroll.
Tom Sedeka.
Yeah, he started out as a business benefactor 7 years ago, and it really helped him. And this is the best deal in Chicagoland radio that you could get. $2,500. All of the money goes to feed the children. And we will give you, as a way of saying thanks, 40 one-minute commercials that will run Monday through Friday. Dan can voice your commercial. I can voice it if you'd like. But this is the time to be joining AM 560 as an advertiser. With the election coming up, this is the only station in Chicago talking politics all day, every day. So again, call Michael Mann. He is waiting for your call. 847-871-1527. That's 847-871-1527.
You've made the switch, and it feels so good. You switched to Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Now, more than ever, choosing a real estate agent to sell your home is one of the most important decisions you can make.
I'm Ed Lukasik Jr., owner of RE/MAX Professionals. I know what it takes to sell your home.
The Wall Street Journal ranked Ed at 88th in the entire country for closed listings.
I know that there's no gimmick to selling your home, just a strategic marketing plan and the confidence needed to make your transaction successful.
Chicago Agent Magazine recognized Ed as the #1 rank in Will County.
You can hire anybody to list your house, but you'll need the local market knowledge that I have to sell it.
When Ed saw market trends change, he was ready and promptly received a RE/MAX of Northern Illinois Trendsetter Award.
Sure, it takes awards, but it also takes a lot of effort. So why would you try to sell your home with a we'll sell your house or buy it from you kind of agent? If an agent has to promise to buy your listing, then something's seriously wrong.
Call Ed Lukasik Jr. of RE/MAX Professionals, 630-679-5454. That's 630-679-5454. Sell your house with the professionals, RE/MAX Professionals.
Hey, if you want to give a great gift this holiday season, give a MyPillow, because you can buy one and get one free. So keep one for yourself and give the other one as a gift. You also be able to take part in the 60-day money-back guarantee. So basically, you can try MyPillow risk-free. You have nothing to lose and could be enjoying your best sleep ever. I can't live without mine. It conforms to your neck and back. It helps if you have headaches, neck pain, insomnia, allergies. Plus, it keeps its shape and gives you support where you need it most. That's why, I don't know if you've heard, but it's the official pillow of the National Sleep Foundation, American-made. For the MyPillow buy one, get one free offer and 60-day money-back guarantee, visit MyPillow.com. Type Amy in the promo code. Do it now. This offer is for a limited time. 800-489-0201. Excuse me, or at MyPillow.com, promo code Amy, or 800-489-0201.
Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues now. And make sure to stay tuned to catch me, Mike Gallagher, coming up at 9, only on AM 560, The Answer.
That's good. I love Billy Squier, especially for this story. Amy, I think I've happened upon the problem at the VA. You know, the VA, these wait lists, I mean, a serious issue, right? Veterans not being provided the health care they
dying
should be
while
getting.
They're on waiting lists.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, there's an acting inspector general and Deputy Inspector General.
That's a pretty big job.
Yeah, he was assigned to police the waste and fraud cases at the VA. He resigned.
Oh, no. Did he want to spend more time with his family?
He wants to spend more time with himself. It turns out John Wooditch.
Of course, his name is John.
John
Wooditch? Come on. You're making that up. You are making that up.
If you thought Linda Stasi, the woman that wrote that awful Daily News piece, was a Dickensian name, John Wooditch. This is, I mean, honestly, somebody get Snopes on this. John Wooditch, the Department of Veterans Affairs, former top watchdog, resigned after being caught masturbating in the agency's all-glass conference room in full view of people across the street, including school teachers at an education conference.
What? Oh, that is disgusting.
This is part of the problem. The pages of this.
Talk about frivolous government agencies.
This is the climax of our show, I dare say.
Seriously?
Yeah, I'm not kidding, Jake Tapper. He was caught with with porn on his work computer in 2003, but VA officials only counseled him then. Not long afterward, he was promoted to that top job, which he had for about 6 months, and then he returned after.
They let him come back?
Yeah.
What a country.
Now, this case is several years old, but he is still receiving his pension.
No, he's not.
As he spends that quality time with himself in far-flung places, I'm sure, vacation spots. He denied wrongdoing, claimed the witnesses were mistaken.
Oh, what else was he doing besides that? I mean, what was his plausible deniability?
John Wooditch, you're talking about?
Yes.
He said, quote, I do not admit doing it. I don't think I did it.
Oh, there you go. That's an admission of guilt. I don't think
Let's see, was I? I can't remember.
Poetic? What was it?
Yeah, I was in the. I remember being in the conference room. Now, did I have my junk out? Gosh,
Or was I cleaning out my junk drawer?
There was so much going on that day at the VA. Let me look at my report on that. Oh, wait, the pages are stuck together.
Oh, Dan. Oh, my God.
Too soon. John Wooditch.
Greatest name ever.
Former top watchdog at the Department of Veterans Affairs. We miss him so, but I'm just happy that he's happy at home.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. You know, nothing frustrates me more than liberal hypocrisy. Take our food, for example. You know, the left claims to care about the poor and the environment, but guess what? They're waging a silent war against America's farmers that is making our food supply more costly and less sustainable. America's family farmers are producing more food using less land and fewer resources than ever before. Now, they should be cheered, but instead, radical groups are working with government bureaucrats to crack down on our farmers and limit the tools and technology that they're allowed to use. Now, the result is higher food costs for you, the American consumer, and low-income families, they're hit the hardest. Now, thankfully, someone is fighting back. Protect the Harvest is a national coalition working to defend modern American agriculture. You can check them out at protecttheharvest.com and follow them on Facebook to get the very latest news and see how you can help. Don't let radical activists control your family's food choices. Visit protecttheharvest.com today.
There are two kinds of pain. Pain that goes away and the worst kind, chronic pain. If you suffer from chronic pain, life is not complete and it can be miserable. Unfortunately, most people use narcotics that mask the pain. You need to find the source of the chronic pain and get relief.
This is Dr. Ken Candido of Chicago Anesthesia Pain Specialists. We're serious players in the management of pain, and our team are national leaders as well as being educators in the treatment of pain. We will work with you to diminish or eliminate your pain and help you get your life back. You know, there's a nationwide narcotics epidemic, and people are too quick to mask over chronic pain instead of looking for the cause and treating or eliminating the pain. Contact us. We will help you.
Go to mypainchicago.com. Call and make an appointment with some of the best pain people in the nation, located here in Chicago. mypainchicago.com. You or someone you know suffers in the suffering of chronic pain. mypainchicago.com. Let's make you pain-free.
Hey, Chicagoland, Dave Ramsey here. For the last 20-plus years, we've helped millions of people get their financial lives in order. And now, for the first time ever, we're bringing our Smart Money Tour to you. Financial expert Chris Hogan and I will be at Willow Creek Church on January 12th. If you're tired of living paycheck to paycheck or wondering what you're going to do when retirement comes around, don't miss this event. Get your seats today at DaveRamsey.com.
Sponsored in part by Executive Green Carpet Cleaning.
Well, we've had a wonderful, enjoyable Monday morning here at AM 560 The Answer. Thanks to David Stripling, the technical director, and Cesar Perez, the executive producer.
And I just wanted to let you know that John Wooditch is finished at the VA.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you for that update. We'll see you back here tomorrow morning at 5 a.m. But first, let's go back into the newsroom and say hello once again to Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, heavy, dense fog causing some delays at the airports. We'll keep our eyes on that and on the roads with Jim Telemonte in just a moment. Meantime, a Justice Department investigation into the Chicago police is expected to be announced this week as the Chicago Police Review Board leader is forced to resign by Mayor Emanuel. An arrest made in that Darien Walmart shooting. The 49ers beat the Bears in overtime. In patchy, dense fog causing major delays this morning. High of 45. WIND Chicago News Time, 9 o'clock.
Fox News Radio, I'm Lisa Brady. Chicago's police department is about to be investigated by the Justice Department. Fox News Radio's Rachel Sutherland with this live.
At this hour, Attorney General Loretta Lynch is announcing a probe into the patterns and practices of the Chicago PD. The investigation comes after a white police officer was charged with first-degree murder in last year's shooting death of a black teen. Dashboard camera footage showing Laquan McDonald being shot 16 times was released more than a year after a 17-year-old's death and just hours before the arrest of Officer Jason Van Dyke. Lisa.
Thanks, Rachel.
This was an act of terrorism.
But President Obama says there's no evidence the San Bernardino killers are linked to any broader network in the U.S. And while defending his ISIS strategy, he urged Congress to make sure people on no-fly lists can't buy guns.
What could possibly be the argument for allowing a terrorist suspect to buy a semi-automatic weapon?
Senator and presidential hopeful Rand Paul says the president should be talking about border security.
I think we need to have a moratorium on new immigration from the Middle East till we get a grip on who's here and whether or not they've come to attack us.
Yes.
Yeah.
Lewis, Sharkey, Alvarez, Fox. Should we get Dean Angelos again? I mean, I don't want to overload, but if we can't get Fox or Alvarez, maybe Angelos to talk about
Dean
these two cases.
Is that me?
Yeah. I'm not here.
Hello, this is Amy. Okay. All right. So we should tease Alvarez, don't you think? Will the Department of Justice be investigating Ronnie Johnson case?
Well, we already have that, so she's got a presser this morning.
Yeah.
The latest of them.
Oh, wait, can we tease it that it?
Yeah, okay, how about that? I got it, I think. I got something.
Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan. Ooh, that's way too hot. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson.
Will the Ronnie Johnson case prompt more resignations, Mayor?
Ooh, we'll be back at 5 a.m. 560, The Answer. No, I won't, because I don't care. My sister remembers that too. Come in. Oh. So what are you guys going to do for Christmas break? Go to the Iowa game.
Yeah. Yeah. In an
Gonna
RV.
dress up as a Stanford tree.
In an
Take an
RV.
RV. There you go. Got it all figured out. Yeah, those RV days are over after that police stop.
Will the Ron?
Yep. Canine. Get your canine dog out. I'll stick my freaking cats on you. They'll tear your dog's eyes out. Oh, they would too. Hell no. They kill. You should see the rat they killed yesterday was this big. I'm not kidding you. And now he's gone. He was in my backyard. Now I think they're just.
Do they eat him?
No, they're too smart. Rats are just toys.
They just kill him.
They do eat fun.
Present him to their queen.
Damn right. Here's food for you.
That's what they do. They present it.
No, they leave them on the same back steps every time. And then if they're really big, they'll leave them on the grass. But I step on them sometimes when I'm going to my car in the morning. Yeah. Because I can't see those little rat bastards.
This is when they start trying to get inside.
Not in my house.
Hold on. Ugh.
I told you my neighbor tried to poison them. Remember that?
The rats or the cats?
No, my cat.
Oh, the cats.
Until Crazy was laid up with a tail, and she's like, "Oh, when do you use your cats coming back outside? You could really use them."
She took them for granted, huh?
She sure did. Because we lived literally like 24 inches away from her. Mic check, mic check. You know, for years I've been using the people in the yellow truck. Okay. Mic check, mic check, mic check, mic check. 3, 2, and 1. For years, I've been using the people in the yellow truck to clean my carpets, and I've not been. For years now. Hi, Amy Jacobson here, and for years now, I've been using the people in the yellow truck to clean my carpet, and I've not been satisfied. So a few months ago, I had Executive Green carpet cleaning over to my house, and they cleaned my carpet and area rugs, and guess what? They still look brand new. Why? Well, they use their own purified water, not water from my sink. They use a non-toxic. Why, you ask? Well, they are different because they use their own purified. Why are they different? Well, Executive Green Carpet Cleaning uses their own purified water. Why is Executive Green Carpet Cleaning different? Well, for starters, they use their own purified water, not water from my sink. They have a